Hello, hello. Oh, testing. Didn't get my mute button correct. But welcome everybody. Reedsters, Paul, Bob Marley. Thank you so much for passing by. And thank you thank you Paul and Bob Marley for returning. I streamed 24 hours ago, yesterday, and now I'm back again. And it's nice to see you back again. I hope everyone's having a great weekend, a great Sunday, or I guess wrapping up the weekend. I can say for myself, so far my Sunday has been pretty good. Had a great workout. Had a great workout, well, yesterday. I tried to make the best of, the private gym studio. Again, apologies for not getting the workout stream working yesterday. But I'm going to solve that issue. I'm confident come Wednesday, I'll be successful. And so I had a great workout yesterday. I close to getting back to my personal best in deadlift, and in fact I'm pretty sure I can exceed my past personal best on deadlift. It's just a matter of developing the grip strength at this point, which is always the case for me in deadlift, since I don't use wrist wraps on principle. I've got admittedly puny little wrists that I don't have the best grip strength. So I know that if I used wrist wraps, I could deadlift more, but I would rather, develop the grip strength to, grip whatever weight that I happen to deadlift. But that's an aside. And today's workout was also really great. Kind of like a upper body day, and also a running cardio day. And I just recently returned to running. I think it's been maybe 2 months I've returned to running. And before my minor injury, my metric was running 10 kilometers in around 50-ish minutes, give or take. I'm not at that level. I haven't returned to that level yet, but my sort of short-term goal was running 5 kilometers in less than half an hour. Today, I achieved that. I think it was pretty much exactly 5 kilometers in 28 minutes. Not great, or at least not fantastic. Definitely not very far from a world record or anything like that. But for me, that felt good, and that's a win we'll take. And it was a pretty lengthy, extended workout. I was at the gym today for 2 hours, maybe a little bit more than that. And I good, be well rested. But I'm gonna take the day off from the gym tomorrow, just because I kind of have to, because I have to prepare for something. And the next 2 days will basically be focused on recovery. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a great Sunday. And yeah, there's definitely quite a bit of science and news to cover. And KOE Nation, welcome. Definitely, everyone, go check out KOE Nation. I believe they're on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. I think pretty much every social media platform. I've been well. I hope you've been well also. And yeah, I wish I had your talent for, hype, and, I guess, selling and marketing yourself, but I don't have that. You are definitely way more charismatic than I am. But everyone should go give KOE Nation a follow. They are very entertaining, despite our disagreements. Yeah, so there was a lot of content that I wanted to cover yesterday that I didn't get through, so I'm gonna cover some of the stuff that I didn't get to cover yesterday today. And also the main topic, or at least the aim for the main topic, is currently, so just as there was COP15, the climate change UN summit, there's the, I think, lesser known COP15, which is, coincidentally taking place here in Quebec, in Montreal, Quebec specifically. I'm going to be covering that. So COP27, about climate change. COP15, it's about biodiversity and biodiversity loss. And well, hopefully how to prevent biodiversity loss. Just as tackling climate change you know, requires cooperation and collaboration amongst all the countries of the world. The same thing holds true when it comes to biodiversity. Since like there appears to be biodiversity, crisis globally that will almost certainly require cooperation amongst all the countries in the world. And there's definitely a relationship between climate change and biodiversity loss. These are not necessarily, two issues in a vacuum. One affects the other. Or rather, definitely, biodiversity loss is affected by climate change. But, sort of, still kind of on the topic of what I covered yesterday briefly, about, there's these circulating viruses in Canada, the United States. There appears to be a circulating bacterial infection in the UK, and pretty much every healthcare system is, under pressure and overburdened and understaffed. So on that topic, there was a story published, a local story published today in Quebec, about Quebec, and kind of like seems like a pretty ridiculous situation where, our healthcare system is very much like, again, as I said it before, kind of in shambles, or on the brink of, hopefully not collapse, but in crisis mode due to multiple factors, and one of them is staffing issues for sure. And this was published just today, earlier this afternoon, where, it seems like there were some healthcare workers that were suspended for pretty ridiculous reasons. And kind of speaks to, or what looks like, basically the poor culture. And Revolving Sip, welcome. Thank you so much for returning. Yeah, exactly. Well, toast is definitely compatible with my diet. And speaking of eating, so, oh no, you never need to apologize for ignorance, as long as you're open-minded and you're willing to ask questions. So what I mean by biodiversity loss is that, okay, as a result of a bunch of factors, it appears like the number of species that we have on the planet is in decline. And that potentially has a bunch of detrimental effects that I'm going to get to. One of the things that I'm going to cover is this paper here, Biodiversity Loss and its Impact on Humanity. Because just as climate change has effects on the entire world, biodiversity loss, or dramatic and significant biodiversity loss, will have or is having dramatic effects on the entire planet. But I'll be getting to that shortly, after a couple of news stories and some kind of like health and fitness research. Since that's also a passion of mine. Hopefully that's clear. But yeah, on this topic, healthcare workers in short supply as ERs overflow. Quebec's emergency rooms are overcrowded and workers are in short supply, but for the past week, a spotlight has shone on the price paid by healthcare staff for illicit snacking. Which, can snacking ever be illicit? I don't know. Especially like, I'm not a nurse. I have no experience in that. I only know by what I observe. I have a lot of experience as a patient. So I've observed and had many personal experiences with the nurses. And based off of all my experiences and everything that I know, like they are, overworked and it's just an overall stressful environment. And so like, very often, from what I can tell, they gotta, eat and get nutrition wherever they can in any fashion that's convenient. And so it's like, well, what is illicit snacking when you're kind of like in a high pressure situation? Did I highlight that? Canadian provinces are responsible. I think I did. Where it's like, this is basically the Canadian province. Well, I made it clear yesterday that healthcare is a provincial issue. That each province handles its healthcare infrastructure, provincially. And that I would say virtually every province, as far as I can tell, is mismanaging its healthcare system. Is the trend of the amount of species going extinct linear. I don't believe so. We're probably going to see that in some of the research, but if I recall correctly, it's not linear, and it's actually like, kind of like exponential. So there was disbelief December 2nd when the Journal de Montréal reported that a nurse in a long-term care facility south of Montreal had been accused of theft and suspended 3 days without pay for eating a slice of toast and peanut butter intended for residents. So, um, rewind like almost exactly 2 years ago, or maybe a little bit more than 2 years ago, where, during the beginning of the pandemic, and, our healthcare system kind of overwhelmed with COVID cases. And then, there was this push to like get nurses to return, or to stay in the healthcare system. And, this is almost like a complete 180 where, in the beginning of the pandemic, it's like, oh, we really highly value our nurses. Please come back to the healthcare system. We'll pay you more to come out of retirement, to work. And then like, 2 years later, we have situations like this. I'm a farmer. A monoculture can have effects on just one field. That's why our cover crops have several different types to add some organic diversity and soil culture. Rice, hairy vetch, winter peat. So I'm totally ignorant on, let's say, farming practices. And if anything, I'm super interested in your perspective, KOE Nation, just because, like, this is pretty much like well in your wheelhouse, like the farming practices and biodiversity, and kind of like how do you maintain an ecosystem, right? Like there's the research and there's the science, but then there's the experience of farmers, right? In the following days, similar suspensions came to light. An orderly who had been working 21 years in a long-term care facility in Montreal was suspended 30 days in the summer of 2020. So this is like almost in like one of the heights of the pandemic, for eating a donut taken from the kitchen. Which, like, suspended for 30 days for eating a donut. Unless this was, I don't know, some donut laced with some important pharmaceutical for therapy. That seems very excessive. La Presse reported the case of an orderly in Longueuil who was suspended 5 days without pay for eating a slice of pizza and confronting a colleague whom she suspected of reporting her to management. Staffing shortages not met. Where, again, pre-pandemic, staffing shortages. Pandemic made staffing shortages worse. We still have a staffing shortage, and yet we're kind of like suspending healthcare workers for pretty silly reasons. Jennifer Jeunesse, vice president of a Quebec union representing healthcare workers in private residences for the elderly, said her union has been denouncing these types of disciplinary measures for years. We are all aware of the critical staffing shortages throughout our healthcare system right now. No one is able to fill their staffing needs, especially when it comes to nurses and orderlies, Jeunesse said in an interview on Thursday. All departments are understaffed, and when a nurse or an orderly is suspended for such trivial actions, it only hurts the residents and patients. Jeunesse said suspensions also lead to mandatory overtime for others, which negatively affects the remaining staff. Talk of purloined, I've ever heard of this word before or seen this word. I guess stolen food made it to the National Assembly this week. Liberal health critic Andre Fortin said suspensions alleging theft and a failure to be loyal toward the employer, a month without pay for eating a donut, a week for a slice of bacon, a month for a sip of coffee, made no sense. The issue is not the toast and the coffee, Fortin said Wednesday during question period. The issue is the fact that we are short 10,000 health professionals at this time, and each time someone is suspended, it's the patients who lose services. In response, Health Minister Christian Dubé said the disputes reflect a workplace climate of confrontation and grievances, which, again, I think this speaks to kind of like the culture. If you're a healthcare worker, you gotta stay in line, and like any deviation, where it's like, yeah. So far, all of the infractions are like food related. I would just like, yeah, people trying to get in food wherever they can. I'm like, is this the type of workplace culture that you want to cultivate? Where you can't even like, snatch some food where you need it? He said there's a need for a change of culture in our network. But this is the network that we've created, or the culture in our network that we've created. Like I said, the healthcare system is a provincial matter. So this is Quebec's provincial healthcare system. And then he wants health institutions to once again become an employer of choice. He also vowed that the government would look into the various reports of suspensions to determine what happened. Sarah Bigris, an aide to Junior Health Minister Sonia Bélanger, said in an email Thursday that the suspensions were unacceptable and incomprehensible. We do not think that we can currently afford to lose employees for matters about food. We need these employees to meet our challenges. Some suspensions rescinded. The Regional Health Authority for the Montérégie region had already announced on Monday that it was rescinding its suspension of the toast-eating nurse, quite the label, or quite the reputation to have, I guess, the toast-eating nurse, and reinstating her at the Chevalier Long-Term Care Center, Longueuil. It's for all, French regions in Quebec, which I guess every region in Quebec is a French region. It said the disciplinary measure was too harsh for the act committed. Daniel Laroche, president of the union representing healthcare workers in Montérégie, said the suspensions reported in the media were not isolated incidents, and the consequences on workers and on the care provided are significant, especially during an employee shortage. The message it sends to workers is that the slightest incident will cause disciplinary action by the employer. He emphasized the difficult conditions healthcare workers face and said harsh disciplinary measures affect the performance of people who care for the most vulnerable in society. Right, so it's like one of the reasons why there was a staffing shortage before the pandemic is because, the working conditions. And then the pandemic made the working conditions even worse. So you see this mass exodus of healthcare workers. And then you read stories like this, where it doesn't seem like the working conditions are getting any better. Or there's still pretty ridiculous working conditions. And so, what do you expect? How can you retain healthcare workers if it's what's going on, or if this is the culture that you're creating? He also said that although these situations happen throughout the province's healthcare system, there seems to be a prevalence in long-term care centers and hospitals. So, catch up with chat 1 second. No, I don't think so. At least one here. We had a bunch that were anti-vax. I don't disagree with that. The typical Bob Marley questioning the use of farms. Again, if you can't measure it in some sort of economic calculus, I guess farms are useless. Yes, absolutely. This is so. In terms of this article, this is a confluence of factors at play, and this is not just an issue now. This is just an ongoing issue going back decades. For years, for decades, there have been calls to reform the healthcare system, or serious fundamental issues have been raised with the healthcare system in Quebec going back decades. But as is typical, those calls go unheard until there's, a crisis, or you can no longer afford to ignore the problem. And absolutely, Paul, Earth cannot exist with a healthy soil. Every field is basically an ecosystem. Millions of multi-cell organisms live in one field, billions of organisms. My grandfather always said, you make your money from the creepy crawlies in the soil. Yep, that is totally true from my understanding as well. If the soil loses biodiversity, it makes it much harder for nutrients to be broken down in a way that the roots of plants can actually make use of. When you said biodiversity, yeah, totally. This totally affects farmers. Like I said, this has global impacts, and farmers are part of the globe. I am finding a way to blame Francophones even in this. I need to do that. So as an Anglophone, I can understand sort of the knee-jerk reaction, but there are totally, Anglophone provinces that are having just as many, if not more, issues in their healthcare system than Quebec. You only need to look next door in Ontario, an Anglophone, or primarily Anglophone province, and they also have a struggling healthcare system. But I understand where you're coming from, Reasoner. Okay. Yeah. So, you know, just further evidence that our healthcare system is in bad shape, as I've been saying for a long time. But switching gears, moving on to maybe not more optimistic, but definitely different topic. Since I do workout streams, since hopefully it's clear that I take my health seriously, I also cover a little bit of health news or things that happen to catch my eye that I find interesting, that are health and fitness related. And this was published within the past 2 weeks or so, where, even though I just said earlier that I had a pretty long workout session today, I worked out for about 2 hours, but that is, that is unnecessary if you want to, just receive the health benefits of exercise. You don't need to have these crazy intense workouts to lead a healthy lifestyle. Where, there's a sweet spot. Well, I exercise intensely because part of me enjoys it, and also I like performing at a high level. But if you're just looking for the health benefits, just a moderate amount of exercise is more than enough or sufficient. And we're still in the process of like teasing out, what is kind of that sweet spot, or maybe what is the bare minimum of exercise that you need to, have on a daily basis to reap the health benefits of exercise and physical activity. So you can get all the exercise you need in just 8 minutes a day if you work out a bit harder, according to a new study in the European Heart Journal. Just 54 minutes of vigorous exercise per week provides the most bang for your buck, researchers found, lowering the risk of early death from any cause by 36% and your chances of getting heart disease by 35%. Assuming this is going to link. So in the title of the article, they're talking about vigorous physical activity. So this is not, mild to moderate activity levels. This is vigorous physical activity on the higher intensity side. It's sort of that trade-off. You can work out for less time, but it needs to be, a more intense session. Or you can work out for longer, but you can dial down the intensity. That's typically how it works, as far as I can tell. Corey, I wrote down what I have thoughts on the different article. Yeah, by all means. That would be great. And yeah, for anybody interested, definitely feel free to join the Discord. Great articles in there. And I definitely know what you're... So, going back, there was totally a time when I was looking to buy a Klingon batlet. A real one that's made out of metal. Those exist. But that's a little bit too nerdy to me. I'll stick with my Data coffee mug and my Star Trek street sign. Actually, it probably does. I haven't looked into it, and whether you say that jokingly or not, doesn't matter. But totally, sex is a physical activity, and can be physical exercise when performed appropriately. I'm not going to say every single sex session is physical activity and results in increased heart rate. But totally, if you do it right, it can be an intense, vigorous physical activity. 100%. I can say that just from first-hand experience. So yeah, just 54 minutes of vigorous exercise per week provides... I already read that. Scientists examined data from fitness trackers worn by more than 71,000 people studied in the United Kingdom, then analyzed their health over the next several years. While more time spent exercising unsurprisingly led to better health, protective effects of exercise start to plateau after a certain point, according to the study. A tough, short workout improves blood pressure, brings artery clogging plaques, and boosts your overall fitness. Vigorous exercise helps your body adapt better than moderate exercise does, leading to more notable benefits, says study author Matthew Amati, PhD, a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Sydney. Collectively, these will lower a person's risk of cardiovascular disease. Exercise can also lower body inflammation, which will in turn lower the risk for certain cancers, says. The CDC recommends at least 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise each week. So that's about, 20, 25 minutes per day, such as walking at a brisk pace. Or you can spend 75 minutes each week doing vigorous exercise, like running, says. The CDC also recommends muscle strengthening activities like lifting weights at least 2 days per week. So I believe they're mostly focused on, cardiovascular. Maybe we should like dive into the study later, because I suspect that they're talking about, cardiovascular exercise, and this is not necessarily like strength training. So, only 54% of Americans actually managed to get their 150 minutes of aerobic activity in each week, according to the most recent data from the National Center for Health Statistics. Even fewer, just 24%, also squeeze in the 2 recommended strength workouts. Yeah, so, there are many aspects to health, right? Multidimensional. You have, cardiovascular fitness, strength, and, nutrition, etc., etc. These are all, variables at play. And, to maximize, to get all the benefits, you have to invest a little bit in your cardiovascular health. You have to invest a little bit into, your strength, or, basically your muscle development, or preserving your muscle mass, or hopefully, developing more muscular strength, and also paying attention to your diet. These are all components that play a factor. But, I think like on on the whole, seems like the ones, if you're concerned about heart health, given the fact that, heart disease is one of the leading causes of death, if not the leading cause of death in the United States, then, want to focus more on your heart health, then cardiovascular or aerobic exercise might give you more bang for your buck. So I have also an article about strength training, and maybe how to be more efficient with strength training. And even then, I think I've covered it before. You don't necessarily need to have intense strength training sessions to build muscle or preserve strength. I would say get out of the mindset of bro science, thinking that every workout session you have to give 110%. I would say that is not really based in research, and also not even recommended. Kind of like works against you in the long term. Let's see. So 8 minutes a day instead of 30 minutes could persuade busy people to get the exercise they need. Lack of time is one of the main reasons people have reported for not engaging in exercise, says Amadi. Vigorous exercise doesn't mean you have to run, bike, or lift weights. Scientists consider a physical activity vigorous if it's greater than 6 times your resting metabolic rate, or MET. That includes all kinds of strenuous movement, including dancing in a nightclub or carrying groceries upstairs. So, like, given the fact that they are talking about, daily activities, or, activities outside of, your typical gym. So totally KOE, sex, or sexual activity can be a part of that, as I mentioned. All of these activities are equally beneficial, says Amadi. He recommends aiming for 2-minute bouts of a heart-pumping activity, spread throughout the day for the most benefit in the least amount of time. If you wear a smartwatch or other device that tracks your heart rate, you'll be above the threshold if your heart is pumping at 77% or more of your max heart rate, which most fitness trackers help you calculate. No smartwatch? The easiest way a person can infer if they are doing vigorous activity is if they are breathing hard enough that it's difficult to have a conversation or speak in a full sentence while doing the activity, Madi says. In other words, if you're huffing and puffing, then you're in the zone. Right, so like, if let's say you're running on the treadmill, you're in that vigorous zone. If your pace does not allow you to, carry on a conversation. Strength training, totally good. I've heard of supersets being more efficient, but that working sounds like, supersets like can be efficient, but don't have the impression like, that it's gonna lead to like, the most muscular development or that. Like, yes, if you're working opposing muscle groups, there's that aspect of efficiency, but there's no, I would say there's no tangible like benefit to your muscles. It's just like a time save. So, they referenced a study. Seems like it was this study here. Looks like I have access to the full thing. So, vigorous physical activity. So this is the conclusion. Vigorous physical activity of 15 to 20 minutes per week were associated with a 16 to 40% lower mortality hazard ratio, with further decreases up to 50 to 57 minutes per week. These findings suggest reduced health risks may be attainable through relatively modest amounts of vigorous physical activity accrued in short bouts across the week. So this is vigorous, right? So this is not necessarily recommended for everybody. Not everyone can do vigorous physical activity. And as is typical, before starting any sort of like exercise program or regimen, ideally you should consult a medical professional or a doctor. But I'm curious, what specific types of activity? This seems like it was mostly just like going through records, tracking. Do demographics. Death mortality, all-cause mortality, cancer mortality. Overall, a pretty in-depth study. Okay, I guess we'll read questions. Not super long. And Olive, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Breathing hard, having a simple combo, but pretty sure it's because I'm obese. So pace yourself. Yeah, like I said, there's a sweet spot of exercise. You don't have to, always aim for, to be drenched in sweat, or to be struggling. If anything, I would recommend against that personally. And actually, I have mixed feelings about all these fitness trackers. Personally. As of right now, I'm not hopping on that bandwagon. In general, like 30 to 40 pages. In most of my textbook, the chapter is like 30 to 40 pages. Sometimes 50. So we observed a consistent nonlinear inverse association between vigorous physical activity, all-cause, and cancer mortality, and a linear dose-response association for cardiovascular disease mortality. The incident disease optimal and minimal dose results were broadly comparable with those from mortality, with a steep gradient for 5-year cardiovascular disease risk. While acknowledging that vigorous physical activity guidelines were largely derived from questionnaire data, our dose-response curves for all 3 mortality outcomes suggested that levels well under the current recommended 75 minutes per week vigorous physical activity were associated with the lowest risk. That seems like that's the sweet spot. We found, let me do our dose response curves for all 3 mortality outcomes. Well, under the so levels under. Well, as they're saying here, they continue on. We found approximately 53 minutes per week, so less than 75, basically an hour a week of vigorous physical activity was associated with 36% lower all-cause mortality, with modest additional beneficial associations for more vigorous physical activity. Regarding minimum dose, the minimum was about 15 minutes per week, was associated with a 16 to 18% lower all-cause and cancer mortality risk, and 20 minutes per week was associated with a 40% lower cardiovascular disease mortality risk. These findings are important from a public health and clinical perspective.
Welcome to Flavor
given that, and thank you so much. So thank you so much for the follow and taking it up the butt. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. Interesting username. Given that lack of time remains the most commonly cited barrier to regular physical activity across age, sex, ethnicity, and health status. So it's definitely in my experience as a personal trainer, that is the common kind of explanation as to why people don't exercise more. It's the time constraint. Just no time. Where again, people seem to be under the impression that, you have to devote like an hour and a half, a day, to achieve the health benefits of exercise. Which as is highlighted here, or even just by like the CDC recommendations, or public health recommendations, where 75 minutes per week, that's a little over an hour. Like it's not a super high amount of time. But again, this is just for the health benefits, right? And not everyone, or I would say, in my experience, most people, they're not necessarily concerned with the health benefits. They're concerned with like the aesthetic changes, right? They want to lose like significant amounts of body fat. They want to, sculpt and tone their bodies, even though those are kind of like ridiculous concepts. And so like, if you want to, as they say, have low body fat percentage, then like, yeah, totally. That almost certainly requires way more than 75 minutes per week, or rather, in addition to tracking your diet, where, let's just say, if more people were concerned with their health, and, it's just the health goals in mind, I would say most people should be able to incorporate like, the bare minimum, at least based off of this study, which is like 15-20 minutes per week, just to get the health benefit. Let's see. Only 20% of middle-aged to older adults report engaging in any vigorous physical activity for at least 15 continuous minutes. Sustained participation in a vigorous physical activity, leisure time physical activity, requires considerable time and often monetary commitment, and can be physically challenging for people with poor fitness or established cardiovascular and cancer risk factors such as hypertension and obesity. Our results show accumulating vigorous physical activity in short bouts that last up to 2 minutes on average 4 times per day was associated with substantially lower mortality risk, right? And so, again, and you also don't necessarily have to, condense your workout into just one single session. As they're alluding to here, you can break it up into like, a couple of minute sessions broken up throughout the day. It's like 2 minutes, 4 times per day. There, you get in your 8 minutes for that day. Although not directly assessed in this study, our findings suggest that short, vigorous physical activity bouts may be also embedded into regular activity of daily living and accrued intermittently throughout a week. The vigorous physical activity volume doses we identified as potentially beneficial were consistent across age, sex, and many lifestyle and health risk factors. They are also consistent with proof of concept trials showing demonstrable effects of short, vigorous physical activity bouts on cardiorespiratory fitness in physically inactive adults. Findings from these trials suggest short, vigorous physical activity durations can stimulate the cardiorespiratory system and lead to measurable cardiovascular adaptation. This is particularly relevant for clinicians and health practitioners who provide intervention to individuals who may be unable or unwilling to engage in long blocks of sustained exercise-based activity. Right. So even though I enjoy long workout sessions, and I can work out for hours at a time, I've had some pretty, in the past, nothing recent, but I've had sessions in the past of like just being in the gym for like 4 hours or 5 hours. But that's like a mix of like socializing and exercising. Or like in my past gym, since pretty much like knew everyone there. Good mix. So as we're exercising, we're socializing, and it's just like we're also like hanging out and working out. I thought I'd just simply read a chapter before we went to bed. This is taking a lot. Well, no. If it's 80 pages, and let's just say that's don't quote me, but if this is like a textbook for like learning purposes, reading it, I don't know that there's any dramatic benefit in reading it before bed. Could be wrong about that, but something in my brain is telling me that I remember reading a paper about like there's like a sweet spot of like learning information, and that like trying to read something and incorporate that information like right before bed, like suboptimal. I think. It's only required 50 minutes. Yes. Based off of this study, you basically, again, you don't need to devote hours at a time or hours per week. I don't see how working out could be. So it's super interesting. uh, where it's like, uh, you know, we as humans, okay, generally speaking, your typical human has a reward system. I think you would even concede that, Bob Marley. And built into our reward system, or like part of our reward system, is like, our reward system is activated by exercise. Like that is consistently borne out in the data, where like we are almost like wired to positively respond and find rewarding physical activity and exercise. The people that don't enjoy it, that's a bug, not a feature. The feature is like physical activity is like, overall a net positive to our psychological well-being. And like there are obviously good biological and evolutionary reasons for that, right? Like we want to be motivated to move, not only move for our survival, but move for our health and well-being. Just as our reward system responds to whatever sex and other pleasurable things, like our reward system is, generally speaking, it's supposed to respond to physical exercise. Yeah, totally. Like, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just like letting you know. I understand that when you're studying, you just got to study when you can, and whatever window is available to you to study, you got to go with it. Even though I just told you about that, like there have been many times during my bachelor's where I was like studying before bed. And yeah, that's totally part of it, right? Paul, where we also like, dangers in our fight or flight is a little bit different, I would say, than the intrinsic rewards of exercise. But there's definitely some overlap. Where it's like, yeah, we are almost like, evolutionarily encouraged to be physically active and to respond to our environment, to respond to dangers in our environment, through movement, physical activity. And Louis 13, welcome. And that makes sense, as I said. Just as our reward system responds to sex, mine does too. It's supposed to respond to physical activity. So maybe I should do an entire. So there's totally research showing some of the benefits of video game sessions, where like totally video games can have positive benefits, not only in your psychological well-being, but also stimulating certain cognitive functions, and also now with I guess VR and a bunch of other video game setups, like it can totally be a workout, right? I believe there have been studies that have incorporated video games as part of workout. When you have like the Wii Fit. So totally, I would say video gaming can be part of like, let's say training. But just bear in mind, more is not necessarily better. And that just because there are some potential benefits to video gaming, that doesn't mean you need to do 8 hours of gaming. Just as there are benefits to physical exercise, does not mean, and if anything, it's generally not recommended to do 8 hours of exercise. Totally, Paul, 100%. Enjoying exercise seems like masochism. Exercise is literally pushing your body to hurt, or at least no, like you. That again, that is a bug, not a feature. You need to like recondition your brain to a certain extent. Like it's supposed to respond to exercise. And yes, maybe a little bit of I would say, a little bit of discomfort, but there's that sweet spot. Exercise should not be painful. It should be challenging. but not so challenging that it's discouraging. You know, same thing with gaming. Like, we like games, okay? I think virtually everyone responds to some type of game, but there's a sweet spot. We don't like games that are so challenging that it becomes impossible to learn, or it's so challenging that there's no progression. At the same time, we don't typically like games that are like super easy, that it just requires like no brain power like whatsoever, or you know, it's like child's play, right? Where we like a sweet spot of like, you know, challenge and enjoyment, and part of the challenge is there's built-in enjoyment. Let's see. I think the video game. I don't disagree with that, especially based off of some of the data that I'm seeing. Especially among young men, video game addiction, or just like habitual video gaming, is totally a thing. Let's see. So, questionnaire-based studies have suggested 60 to 70 minutes per week of vigorous physical activity behavior can attenuate mortality risk by 30%. So our device-based findings suggest that a minimal dose of 20 minutes per week of actual vigorous physical activity provides similar levels of lower mortality risk, while acknowledging that questionnaires and devices measure related but different constructs. Our study suggests a 3-to-1 equivalence of vigorous physical activity time captured by questionnaire and accelerometers. Previous studies assessing percentage of vigorous physical activity reported much higher percentages. 30 to 50% were associated with 10% lower mortality relative to no vigorous physical activity. These previous percentage vigorous physical activity findings may be affected by the susceptibility of over-reporting due to social desirability bias from self-reports. By using objective device-based measures of physical activity, we found a contribution of 8% had the strongest association and lowered mortality risk by 45% to 53%. These findings suggest that relatively modest contribution of vigorous physical activity related to moderate, what is MVPA? Is that moderate to vigorous? Yeah, moderate to vigorous. Correctly. Sense. Are associated with substantially lower risk for mortality and incident disease, calling for promotion of even small amounts of vigorous intensity activity. These beneficial associations are more pronounced than previously reported by studies using questionnaire-based data. This may provide opportunities for improvement of cardiovascular disease preventative strategies in cardio-oncology, where high-intensity activity has been shown to attenuate the cardiotoxicity of treatments. Whilst our results reflect associations that can be expected in the general population, the health benefits from contributions of different percentage of vigorous physical activity proportions should be considered in relation to a person's capacity. Narrative reviews and meta-analyses report mixed findings on the relative contributions of moderate and vigorous activities. A recent review of physical activity intensity suggests that the balance of physical activity intensities needs to be determined relative to a person's fitness and functional capacity, reflecting metabolic conditions above which physiological homeostasis is challenged and adaptations occur. Right, well, all of this to say is that, you know, an exercise program that wants to promote vigorous physical activity should be customized to the person, and not have a one-size-fits-all, recommendation. Because what is considered vigorous for me is definitely not considered vigorous for probably like the vast majority of the general population. And like, well, that's just like a personal training philosophy. It'd be a customized and tailored exercise program that takes, you know, the client's goals in mind, and also like whatever health benefits that they want to have. Let's see. 15 minutes of video gaming is more healthy than 8 hours of non-stop exercise. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Like, definitely 8 hours non-stop, like, you're definitely getting into kind of like marathon, or like more than marathon length of physical activity. Like marathon, like whatever, 40, 45 kilometers, lead in about 4 or 5 hours. And even then, like marathon, like that's also like really for marathons, like you are, I would say there's no real significant health benefits in like having the ability to run a marathon. Like this is strictly like a performance aspect, which is not to say that like that's a bad thing or anything. It's just like it's like different goals. Those who like want to run marathons, like they have specific goals in mind, not necessarily, maximizing health. And especially like when you get into ultra endurance or ultra marathons, like those types of athletes, like those are like high performers. And like they that's the spirit of like performance and competition. That's different than health. And totally, I respect, well, as a gamer, former gamer, I totally respect game. Yeah, that is definitely a component meant. So some of the research shows that video games can be a part of mental exercise and that they can stimulate sort of cognitive functions. It's painful if you're out of shape. Sit-ups is painful. Yeah, so let's just say as a blanket recommendation, if any exercise is resulting in pain, you should almost certainly not do it. Discomfort, potentially okay. Pain, not okay. I would say listen to your body. And if an exercise is painful, that's telling you something, and it's telling you that you should probably not be doing it. Again, I can't stress it enough. You don't need to torture yourself to get the health benefits of exercise or to lead a healthy lifestyle. You don't need to torture yourself. You don't need to beat yourself up. And it should not be painful. So I would encourage you, Oily Olive, to listen to your body and to like not push through the pain. Video game addiction takes so much time and in places itself. You shouldn't be doing what you're doing. Yeah, I don't disagree. But it's tricky. There are complicated reasons as to why there are people that engage in just hours upon hours of gaming sessions. Easier said than done to just say to someone who is kind of like addicted to gaming, so to speak, to stop. It's like telling any addict to stop. Is like there's a reason why they can't stop. Every study studies addiction. I am not convinced video games is any worse than, say, any other activity. Yeah, so I definitely haven't done a deep dive on, the effects of whatever habitual video gaming, I guess. And like, is it actually considered a true addiction? Or does it like actually, activate the same addiction centers as, what we conventionally think of as addiction? Like, heroin, cocaine, etc., etc. I don't know. I believe it does, or I believe there's some overlap, but I can't say for sure. Yes. Olive oil, definitely, well, fitting to your username, and also, as long as you're not like drenching your stuff in olive oil. Olive oil is typically considered a healthy oil, as long as you're dosing it properly. Don't drink the stuff. And yes, vigorous is totally a loose term here. And Dusk G, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. In the 50s, blame was on rock and roll. In the 60s, yeah, cannabis. And well, I think even the 60s into like the 90s. And yeah. It is true. So I understand the point that you're trying to make, Paul, where it's like, each kind of like decade or generation, it has its thing that it demonizes, right? And now today, not only is it video games, but it's also like social media. And we have like some research showing some detrimental effects of social media, but these are not universal. Not like anyone who consumes or uses social media just like has all these negative experiences. And like, yeah, it's really tricky. Where like I don't think video games are like anything worse or super worse than what has happened in the past. I think these are all just, signs and symptoms of something, more, uh, more underlying issues. Where, like, just as, if someone is, habitually gambling, there are complicated reasons for that. Reasons that we don't quite fully understand, but there's underlying fundamental reasons. I consider video games like the same thing. If someone is engaged in, basically habitual video gaming, there are underlying reasons for that. That's just like a symptom, but like there's a root cause there. True, they all cause dopamine secretions. But there's definitely a lot of talk out there about dopamine and our reward system. But let's just say they're not all the same. And just because something results in like dopamine secretion, it doesn't like there's kind of like a dose response there. But I don't want to get into that right now. But I've totally covered the dopamine reward system in my neuroscience classes. So actually that is not necessarily true, per se. Or at least, well, there's a little bit of nuance there. Because, okay, even though this has been brought up before, as a result of, this vigorous physical activity. But, so, as most people know, okay, when it comes to, like, addiction, typically, especially when it comes to, like, opioid addiction, or, substance, addiction to substances, okay? Like, when it comes to your physiological response, like, especially when it comes to, like, opioids, like, you need a higher and higher dose each time, because your brain gets acclimated, to it. As a result of, certain biochemical changes that occur in your brain, mostly at levels of receptors, blah, blah, blah. But basically, your brain adjusts to it, and therefore you need a higher dose later on to achieve the same sort of, like, euphoric effects. And that holds true for many things. But interestingly enough, okay, that sort of physical dependence that occurs with, let's say, opioids, that does not occur with, generally speaking, or largely speaking, that does not occur with things like sex, actually. Where it's like, sex is like almost always universally rewarding in the same way. There's no sort of like physical dependence that occurs, because there are other chemicals in the brain that sort of protect against you developing a physical dependence, or your brain adjusting to that level of reward. Like your brain will adjust to the level of reward of opioids, and therefore you need a higher dose. But when it comes to sex, it's like hardwired into your brain that there's, you don't become physically dependent, or like your brain doesn't adjust to that, where you need like a higher dose, whatever a dose of sex actually means. It's super interesting. I can maybe cover that later on, or on another stream. I think video game addiction is something uniquely bad. So I would say it can only, the analogy that I would use is social media, where it's like now that we kind of like know about these things, we have a better understanding of our brain, we have a better understanding of our reward system, then, just as food companies take advantage of food science to make hyper palatable foods that just like are borderline addicting, or just like they highly activate the reward centers in our brain that we just like mindlessly consume these things if we're not paying attention. I think the same thing holds true with like video games and social media, where it's like, these things it seems like they are being engineered to be, to really be like the most rewarding to us. Just as we now have hyper palatable foods, I would say we have, hyper palatable video games, hyper palatable social media. We need to be aware of these things, ideally. Where it's like, I don't think video games in and of itself is uniquely bad. It's just like the way they're engineered, and the way like developers and companies are trying to like hijack your brain, so it makes it uniquely bad. I think schools should somehow teach about social media if a part of our lives. Yeah, I agree with you. Well, I obviously have no idea what is being taught in elementary and high school these days, since that's like decades away from me. In the past. But like, yeah, I would say if it's not occurring now, um, there should be some sort of course or informing children about social media and how to navigate it uh, in schools, and maybe um, how to determine misinformation, disinformation, etc., etc. Same way they should taught me this. I don't. Yeah, I agree. And yeah, it should not be like that. Extreme addiction is generally bad, no matter what kind. Totally, 100%. I mean, any behavior can become habitual to the point that it affects your quality of life, 100%. Okay, so moving on to other fitness and health news and research. So, we just went through that, when it comes to getting some of the health benefits of physical activity, you don't need to invest a lot of time, at least again, to get health benefits. Now, maybe when it comes to, strength training, are there ways to be more efficient about that? Just as, we're teasing out where the sweet spot is in terms of, the best bang for your buck when it comes to physical activity. Also teasing out what is the best bang for your buck when it comes to, muscular development or preserving your muscular strength or developing muscular strength. So a new study reports that slowly lowering weights, so, this is generally referred to, this is the eccentric portion of a movement. Basically the eccentric portion, that's the portion of a movement where the muscle is lengthening as opposed to shortening. Concentric is when so use the standard, bicep curl as an example. When you are lifting the weight towards you, basically like towards your shoulder, that is the concentric motion of the movement. And then as you lower it with the bicep curl, that is the eccentric portion. And your bicep is lengthening during that motion. So when they say lowering, they likely mean also like the eccentric portion of the movement. Slowly lowering weights builds and strengthens muscles almost as well as lifting and lowering them as you would do with a typical rep. And it's there's past research consistently showing that when it comes to stimulating the muscle, or quote unquote like damaging the muscle and stimulating it to grow, it's actually like the eccentric portion that results in like the most stimulation. That means, for example, that you could use 2 hands to lift a dumbbell, then 1 hand to slowly lower it, while sacrificing little in the way of results. Focusing on the lowering or the as I just said, or the eccentric contraction can lead to a more efficient gym session, Japanese researchers say. So, like, yeah, I guess using the standard dumbbell bicep curl as an example, like, I guess, as they're saying, you can like use a heavier weight, you can lift it with both hands or both arms, and then just like lower it slowly, and that potentially results in stimulating the muscle to grow. In the study published in the European Journal of Applied Physiology, researchers divided people into 3 groups of 14 for a 5-week, twice-weekly comparison. One group performed dumbbell curls from full extension to about 1/4 of the way up for 2 seconds up and 2 seconds down in 3 sets of 10 reps. Pretty high volume reps. Another 14 people performed only the lift portion of the movement. A researcher helped them reset the weight after each rep, and another 14 did only the lowering part of the move. Well, I would say your bias is showing if the message you're getting is don't lift weights, but to each their own. The group that both lifted and lowered the weights increased the maximum force they could produce on a lift by 18% and increased the thickness of the biceps muscle by 11%, which that seemed like pretty substantial numbers, at least based off what I'm going from memory in past studies, in terms of like increase in strength and increase in thickness of the muscle. I remember correctly, it's pretty rare to see kind of like these double-digit increases. The people who only lowered the weights nearly matched that, increasing their maximum force by 14% and muscle size by 10%. The lifting only group increased their max force by 11%, while muscle size increase was insignificant. Your muscle fibers work two ways. When you lift a dumbbell from a straight arm up to your shoulder, your bicep muscle is using a concentric contraction. As you lower that dumbbell back down, the biceps muscle is working to put the brakes on the descent. That's called an eccentric contraction. Enjoy your dinner. It's a great one. The lifting plus lowering group saw the biggest gains because they were pretty much doing twice the number of reps. The lowering only group made similar improvements in strength and muscle with only half the work. Right, so basically it just seems to be more efficient. Since the group that's both doing like the lifting and the lowering, they saw the most progress, but they were technically like, you just broke it down into, work. They were doing the most work, as opposed to like in the lowering only group, like they pretty much got the exact same benefits, but they were doing like roughly, as they say, half of the work. Way more efficient. Study author Masatoshi Nakamura, a professor, I'm not gonna attempt to pronounce that, I guess Nishikayushu University in Japan, believes that eccentric muscle contractions produce greater neurological adaptations in the spine and brain than concentric contractions. In other words, your nerves learn to send more of the pull harder signal to your muscles. At the same time, the spring action of a large protein called titin in the muscle fibers produces greater force during eccentric contractions while using less energy, and more titin could account for the increase in muscle size, called hypertrophy. And titin, if I remember correctly, that is like the largest protein in the body. Think. Confirm that. Yeah, titin is a giant protein. Greater than 1 micrometer in length. Yeah, it's known for like its overall size of it being a giant protein. Where like called titin because it's involved in muscles. It's also called titin because it's a giant protein. Let's see. Titin in the muscle fibers could be the best explanation for muscle hypertrophy, Nakamura says. However, we believe that other factors, such as neurological adaptations, also play a large role in increasing muscle strength. The short range of motion used in the dumbbell curls was an important factor. A 2019 study in the Journal of Strength and Conditioning Research found that a partial range of motion triceps exercise produced greater muscle growth than full range of motion movements. The people who only lowered the weights nearly matched that, increasing their maximum force by 14% and muscle size by 10%. The lifting only group increased their max force by 11%, while muscle size increase was instant. Your muscle fibers work two ways. When you lift a dumbbell from a straight arm up to your shoulder, your biceps muscle is using a concentric contraction. As you lower that dumbbell back down, the biceps muscle is working to put the brakes on the descent. That's called an eccentric contraction. The lifting plus lowering groups saw the biggest gains because they were pretty much doing twice the number of reps. Oh, I think it's pretty... Yeah, it is. Like, it just, like, did the exact same. Harder. A little harder. Okay. Harder goes over. Duplicated it. Alright, so yeah. So, again, just as we saw in the past research, you don't need to invest a lot of time to get the benefits, the health benefits of cardiovascular exercise. And it might be a little bit silly. Like, how do you just do only the lowering on the bench press? That might be a little bit difficult, but I guess with the bicep, totally works. But like, yeah, to only do like the eccentric portion of a movement for some exercise, like the the barbell back squat, it would be a little bit strange, or it's a challenge. But technically, if you're able to figure it out, you can be like way more efficient with your workouts. And then the last sort of a health and fitness uh, story or research that I have is, so I definitely, uh, what comes across my news feed or like in my social media feed is like cold immersion, I guess, is all the rage these days, especially like amongst athletes. Even though when I last bit, research is not super robust, not a great. There's not a lot of great research out there, as far as I can tell. But this was published just a few days ago, where cold water immersion can have benefits. Bathing in cold, so and like just about every athlete these days is doing cold water baths as part of their recovery. When like again, according to the research, doesn't seem like it actually aids recovery or has any real effect on recovery. Bathing in cold water or ice may cut bad body fat and reduce the risk of disorders such as diabetes, but other claims of health benefits are less defined, according to researchers from the Arctic University of Norway and the University Hospital of North Norway. What to know? Immersion in cold water has a major impact on the body. It elevates the heart rate and has positive effects on brown adipose tissue. So, this is, I guess people are now familiar with brown fat. But basically, this is the type of fat that essentially generates heat, okay? And it's basically just kind of like a calorie burner. Brown, like to get into kind of like the biochemistry of it. Yeah, it's like basically the proton gradient has like been disrupted, where like this type of adipose tissue, like it's highly metabolically active. It generates heat, and babies typically have higher amounts of brown fat, and then as like babies grow up, the brown adipose tissue like decreases. And I think the general consensus was a while ago is like once you've lost your brown adipose tissue, like you can't get it back. But it seems like there might be ways to stimulate brown adipose tissue, where if you have high amounts of brown adipose tissue that is highly metabolically active, okay, you're basically you're kind of like a calorie burning machine. I couldn't do cold water baths or showers. How hell? Doesn't surprise me. If you can't find exercise rewarding, then yeah, it's no surprise to me that you don't find couldn't tolerate cold water baths or showers. And yeah, this is the Wim Hof stuff, and I'm definitely I see a lot of Wim Hof stuff out there. But maybe that just says something about the things that I'm looking at or comes across my news. But yeah, I know it's Wim Hof is super popular, and this is not to say that cold water immersion is bad or particularly unhealthy. But a lot of people market it or are under the impression this is gonna transform your life. You're just gonna become superhuman. Where again, as far as I can tell, based off of the research that I've seen, cold water immersion is not working miracles. Let's see. But yeah, immersion in cold water has a major impact on the body, elevates heart rate, and has positive effects on brown adipose tissue, a type of good body fat that is activated by cold and may protect against obesity and cardiovascular disease. Exposure to cold water or cold air also appears to increase the production of the protein adiponectin by adipose tissue. Adiponectin plays a key role in protecting against insulin resistance, diabetes, and other diseases. Repeated cold water immersions by inexperienced as well as experienced swimmers during the winter months significantly increased insulin sensitivity and decreased insulin concentrations. Numerous health and well-being claims from regular exposure to the cold, such as weight loss, better mental health, and increased libido, may be explained by other factors, including an active lifestyle, trained stress handling, social interactions, as well as a positive mindset. Those seeking to voluntarily practice cold water immersion, this is a different type of immersion. This is immersion typo. need to be educated about possible health risks associated by taking a dip in icy water, which include the consequences of hypothermia and of heart and lung problems, which are often related to the shock from the cold. Yeah. So again, there's a lot of marketing behind cold water immersion, and the research behind it is still in its infancy. But so far, it does not seem to work miracles. This seems to point to some positive effect in terms of stimulating uh, brown adipose tissue, or stimulating the production of brown adipose tissue. But that's different than using cold water immersion for recovery, or to increase or make your immune system better. Those types of claims, I think right now are pretty unfounded, or speculative at best. So moving on to the main topic. So, as I mentioned, COP15 taking place over the next, I think it started last Thursday. I think it technically started December 7th. And I think it goes on for the next 2 weeks or so. I think it ends on December 19th. There's a week or so left. And it's taking place in my area. And they shut down one metro station because that's where the meeting is taking place, and so they don't want that area to be crowded. And there have been protests, etc., etc. So, what exactly is COP15? As I mentioned, it has to do with biodiversity. Thousands of delegates representing 192 countries will spend the next 2 weeks in Montreal, hammering out a once-in-a-decade agreement that will aim to build a more sustainable relationship between humans and nature. The UN Biodiversity Summit, known as COP15, officially kicks off December 7th in Montreal. If all goes according to plan, the conference will produce a new agreement outlining global biodiversity goals for the next 10 years. The conference is supposed to wrap up on December 19th, but negotiations may run into overtime. Here's what you need to know. So what's the difference between COP15 and COP27? It's a good question. I would say, well, if you're talking strictly kind of UN type summits, I would say every 5-ish, 3 to 5 years or so. Where it's a global summit, I would put it on that average time span. Every 3 to 5 years, there's some sort of global summit event that takes place. So COP in United Nations jargon simply means Conference of Parties. It is a decision-making body made up of countries that have signed a convention. COP15 is different from the Climate Change Summit, COP27, which was recently held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. That conference was under the umbrella of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The Montreal Summit, COP15, is a meeting under the Convention on Biological Diversity. In 1992, 150 government leaders first signed that convention at the Rio Earth Summit. While biodiversity and climate change are related issues, the two conventions are separate. This meeting marks the second part of COP15, sometimes referred to as the Nature COP or the UN Biodiversity Summit. The first part was held last year as a mostly virtual conference based in Kunming, China. Though it's being hosted in Montreal, the summit is chaired under the presidency of China. Interesting. So, why should you care? Maybe a little bit easier to care about climate change, because, for a large portion of people, especially in developing countries, the effects, at least as of today, are kind of right in your face. Maybe 20 years ago, the effects weren't so readily apparent. But I think today, better late than never, but it does seem like some people are waking up of oh, climate change is a thing, gotta take it seriously, especially the younger generations, where it's hey, this is gonna be our planet, we're the next generation, maybe don't doom the planet. We had G20 in Hamburg and ended with the entire city filled with riots. Yeah, so far there's been no riots, but there have been a few protests. Where, yeah, protesters flooded downtown Montreal Saturday, demanding to be heard by world leaders attending the COP15 Biodiversity Forum. So no riots as of yet. And it does seem like there's heightened or increased security. I don't think it'll get to that. Would it surprise me? No, but I think we'll keep it tame. So, the Biodiversity Summit is a big deal because it's likely to result in a new framework or agreement outlining goals for how the world should protect nature and use it more sustainably and equitably. The food we eat comes from biodiversity. The water we drink comes from biodiversity. The air we breathe comes from biodiversity, said Elizabeth Ruma, Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity. The ultimate goal is to stop biodiversity loss and build a sustainable relationship with nature in response to unprecedented rates of declining nature and species extinction. Well, again, unprecedented. And this goes back, decades. Where this is just as, we've known for a while that global warming / climate change is a thing. We've, the research has been there for quite a while. And again, it's only now in 2022 or whatever the past couple of years that we're waking up. The same thing, because, it's kind of like crisis mode or approaching crisis mode when it comes to tackling climate change. The same thing appears to hold true when it comes to biodiversity loss. Where it's like, there have been calls going back at least 10 years, if not way more than that, saying, hey, we got to pay attention to this. This is an issue. We need to start tackling it now before it gets out of control. Well, typically friendly Canadians. Although, Quebecers are unique flavor of Canadians. That can be pretty riotous, especially during hockey season or playoff hockey season. Well, we don't burn cars when it comes to saving our planet, but we will burn cars if our hockey team loses in the playoffs. That's where it really matters. So why do we need a new plan? The pressure is on to create a new agreement with better monitoring and financing built in after countries, including Canada, failed to meet the 2020 goals of the last biodiversity plan, known as the HE targets, I guess. Basil van Havre helps to mediate negotiations as co-chair of the Convention on Biological Diversity's open-ended working group for a post-2020 global biodiversity framework. The lesson from the HE system is that when you put easy-to-understand numerical targets, they get attention. And we need to put in place a much more robust system that enables progress to be measured as we go. A key goal of the former HE plan was to conserve at least 17% of the terrestrial and inland water and 10% of coastal and marine areas by 2020. The new target under the draft agreement is the much talked about 30 by 30 goal, preserving 30% of land, freshwater, and oceans by 2030. The next 8 years. Or I guess 7 years. Canada has already committed to that pledge. The latest figures show Canada has conserved 13.5% of its land and freshwater, and 13.9% of marine territory. What are the key goals and challenges? The draft agreement is still littered with items that need to be negotiated and finalized, but generally speaking, the key points include halting nature loss, preventing human-caused species extinction, reducing pollution, sustainable management of agriculture and forestry industries, and sharing the benefits of genetic resources fairly and equitably. There have been many calls from various environmental and indigenous groups for the framework to also recognize the leadership of indigenous communities as stewards of nature. The global community, in looking to protect 30% of lands and waters, is in some ways catching up to indigenous ambitions of conservation, said Valérie Courtois, director of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative and a member of the Innu community in, I'm not going to pronounce that, in Quebec. In this region, we understand that our very survival is dependent on the health of these landscapes. We know that if we take care of the land, it will take care of us. As far as sticking points in negotiations, Van Hovre said there are 3 key ones: how ambitious the plan should be, how it will be financed. Again, sorry about that. So, how it will be financed and how to ensure progress is measured and reported transparently. The negotiation will be difficult, no doubt. There is a huge change at play. But I have not seen anybody saying they don't want an agreement. Asked how likely he thinks there will be an agreement by December 19, he said it's possible talks will go into overtime. Will we be done by 6 p.m. on the 19th? Maybe not. Will I have granola bars in my pocket that day? A lot. And I wonder, obviously there's some sort of limit, but I'm wondering just like how long they're willing to go to like hammer out a deal. A few extra hours, a couple of days, a couple of weeks. So who is attending? A total of 15,723 people, including government representatives, NGO members, and journalists, have registered to attend the UN Biodiversity Summit in person, but the actual number of people who show up may be less. While the summit is being hosted in Montreal, it's chaired by China. The only government leader expected to attend is Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. China will be represented by its Minister of Environment and COP15 President Huang Wenyu. Yes. Traditionally, world leaders do not attend the biodiversity summits, but instead send ministerial representatives to negotiations. Marima said state leaders don't need to attend as long as they signal they are committed to the process. Hopefully, at the end of the day, there will be an agreement, a consensus, which is transformative and ambitious. So I don't know how this compares to COP27 or like the UN Summit on Climate Change. At least based off of the news articles that I read, it seems like, COP27 is taken more seriously, and that more world leaders like actually attend COP27, as opposed to like this one, COP15, they just kind of like send representatives. And it's only only Justin Trudeau, the only government leader expected to attend is Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. The rest is all just like, I guess, representatives of the countries, which I think is pretty sad, because I would say, at least in my opinion, biodiversity is just as much of a crisis to the world as climate change, and there's a clear relationship between the two. But as I alluded to, biodiversity loss, or this issue of biodiversity loss goes back quite a while. This is research, I think that's about 10 years old, or it's an article, a review article that's about 10 years old. 2012, so June 2012, published in Nature. Not some no-name journal, by a group, quite a large group of researchers, and their affiliations. Let's see, University of Michigan, Virginia Institute of Marine Science, seems like, Columbia University, University of British Columbia, Stanford University, Imperial College London. So like researchers from, well-respected academic institutions from, all over the world. So, in the past 20 years, remarkable progress has been made towards understanding how the loss of biodiversity affects the functioning of ecosystems and thus affects society. Soon after the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, interest in understanding how biodiversity loss might affect the dynamics and functioning of ecosystems and the supply of goods and services grew dramatically. Major international research initiatives formed, hundreds of experiments were performed in ecosystems all over the globe, new ecological theories were developed and tested against experimental results. Here we review 2 decades of research that has examined how biodiversity loss influences ecosystem functions and the impacts that this can have on the goods and services ecosystems provide. So as they're saying here, they're reviewing 2 decades of research. This is in 2012. There's 2 decades of research, and now we're a decade later. So, like, cumulatively, we have 3 decades of research on biodiversity loss. We begin with a brief historical introduction. We then summarize the major results from research that has provided increasingly rigorous answers to the question of how and why the Earth's biological diversity influences the functioning of ecosystem. After this, we consider the closely related issue of how biodiversity provides specific ecosystem services of value to humanity. We close by considering how the next generation of biodiversity science can reduce our uncertainties and better serve policy and management initiatives. So, a brief history. During the 1980s, concern about the rate at which species were being lost from ecosystems led to research showing that organisms can influence the physical formation of habitat, known as ecosystem engineering. Fluxes of elements in biogeochemical cycles, for example, ecological stoichiometry, and the productivity of ecosystems, for example, via trophic cascades and species. Such research suggested that loss of certain life forms could substantially alter the structure and functioning of whole ecosystems. By the 1990s, several international initiatives were focused on the more specific question of how the diversity of life forms impacts upon ecosystems. The Scientific Committee on Problems of the Environment produced an influential book reviewing the state of knowledge on biodiversity and ecosystem functioning. The United Nations Environment Program commissioned the Global Biodiversity Assessment to evaluate the state of knowledge on biodiversity, including its role in ecosystem and landscape processes, building on early studies of the effects of biodiversity on ecosystem process. Diversitas, the international program dedicated to biodiversity science, produced a global research agenda. So by the mid-1990s, BEF studies had manipulated the species richness of plants in laboratory and field experiments and suggested that ecosystem functions like biomass production and nutrient cycling respond strongly to changes in biological diversity. Interpretation of these studies was initially controversial, and by the late 1990s, BEF researchers were involved in a debate over the validity of experimental designs, mechanisms responsible for diversity effects, and the relevance of results to non-experimental systems. This controversy helped to create a decade of research that by 2009 generated several hundred papers reporting results of greater than 600 experiments that manipulated more than 500 types of organisms in freshwater, marine, and terrestrial seas. So it's like, it seems like there was this brief period of controversy where, some of the research was being called into question. The answer to, controversial research or, to hopefully answering research questions is more research. And it seems like, there was just like this strong push of like, okay, whatever, you don't believe this or you don't believe this is a thing, well, we'll run way more experiments. As the field of BEF developed, a related body of research began to form an agenda for biodiversity and ecosystem research built on the idea that ecosystems provide essential benefits to humanity. Although BES did not evolve separately from BEF, it took a distinctly different direction. Main focus of BES was on large-scale patterns across landscapes, more relevant to economic or cultural evaluation. For many BES applications, biodiversity was considered an ecosystem service in and of itself. When biodiversity was viewed as an underlying factor driving ecosystem services, the term was often used loosely, mean the presence, absence of entire habitats or groups of organisms, for example, impact of mangrove forests on flood protection, or of all native pollinators or on pollination. The 2005 Millennium Ecosystem Assessment praised, for the first time, the condition and trends in the world's ecosystems and the services they provide, and highlighted two distinct foci of BEF and BES research. Research on BEF had developed a large body of experiments, mathematical theory describing how genetic, species, and functional diversity of organisms control basic ecological processes in ecosystems. Studies on BES were, in contrast, mostly correlative, conducted at the landscape scale and often focused on how major habitat modifications influence provisioning and regulating services of ecosystems. So they referred to box 1 multiple times. This is like the scope of their review. So in this review, we ask how biodiversity per se That is, the variety of genes, species, or functional traits in an ecosystem has an impact on the functioning of that ecosystem and, in turn, the services that the ecosystem provides to humanity. This encompasses questions such as, can a forest store more carbon if it has a greater variety of tree species? Can a stream clean up more pollution if it has a greater variety of microbial genotypes? Can natural enemies better control agricultural pests if they are composed of a variety of predators, parasites, and pathogens? Biodiversity is the variety of life, including variation among genes, species, and functional traits. So, generally speaking, when we talk about biodiversity, what gets brought to mind is just like number of species, and like what most people conceptualize, and it seems like researchers also like operate under that concept. Is like when we're talking about biodiversity, we're talking about species biodiversity, or like just number and variety of species. But depending on how far you zoom in and how far you zoom out, you can also talk about biodiversity at a genetic level, where it's like, especially when it comes to microbial genetics, you can have a great number of species, but the genetic diversity is quite low, and vice versa. And like, basically you can look at biodiversity also at a genetic level, where genes can also provide metabolic or biochemical functions to an ecosystem, and therefore what might matter most is biodiversity at the genetic level. If a certain ecosystem like requires certain metabolic functions or biochemical processes driven by genes to be carried out. So it is often measured as richness. As richness is a measure of the number of unique life forms, evenness is a measure of the equitability among life forms, and heterogeneity is the dissimilarity among life forms. Ecosystem functions are ecological processes that control the fluxes of energy, nutrients, and organic matter through an environment. Examples include primary production, which is the process by which plants use sunlight to convert inorganic matter into new biological tissue. Right, so this is just like fancy speak for basically, plants using photosynthesis to generate typically, organic molecules or biomolecules. They say biological tissue, but I would just say carbon-based molecule. Nutrient cycling, which is the process by which biologically essential nutrients are captured, released, and then recaptured. And decomposition, which is the process by which organic waste, such as dead plants and animals, are broken down and recycled. Ecosystem services are the suite of benefits that ecosystems provide to humanity. Here we focus on two types of ecosystem services: provisioning and regulating. Provisioning services involve the production of renewable resources, for example, food, wood, fresh water. Regulating services are those that lessen environmental change, for example, climate regulation, pest, disease control. And like, yeah, here you see kind of like the relationship between, all of these things: biodiversity, global change, ecosystem functions, services. So, so this is this was published 2012. So yeah, the 20th anniversary of the 1992 Earth Summit is an opportune time to review what has been learned from both fields and to continue their synthesis towards a data-driven consensus. In the sections that follow, we summarize how biological variation per se acts as an independent variable to affect the functions and services of ecosystems. 20 years of research on BEF. In addition to the proliferation of experiments, greater than 600 since 1990, BEF research has developed a substantial body of mathematical theory and expanded its scope to include global patterns in natural ecosystems. More than half of all work has been published since the last consensus paper in 2005. Since that time, several milestones have been crossed. The field has coalesced around a series of key findings and themes that have been fostered by the publication of 13 quantitative data syntheses. Many of the early scientific debates have subsided as data have amassed to resolve key controversies. A new consensus is emerging concerning the field's unanswered questions and how to address them. These milestones provide a unique opportunity to reevaluate earlier conclusions and to identify emerging trends. Right. So, like, as I said earlier, the best way to address scientific controversy, like more good research, more experiments, more data, and hopefully, more good quality data, more good quality experiments that you can draw, hopefully, conclusions with a high degree of confidence. And it seems like that's what took place. So, 6 consensus statements. We conclude that the balance of evidence that has accrued over the last 2 decades justifies the following statements about how biodiversity loss has an impact on the functioning of ecosystems. Right. So, like, this is a review article, as highlighted here at the top. So it's just kind of like a summary of a large research body, a large body of research. And now this is where, even though each individual study formed its own conclusions, here they're trying to like put it all together and paint a broader picture. And like here are the broad, as they say, consensus statements. There is now unequivocal evidence that biodiversity loss reduces the efficiency by which ecological communities capture biologically essential resources, produce biomass, decompose, and recycle biologically essential nutrients. Meta-analyses published since 2005 have shown that, as a general rule, reductions in the number of genes, species, and functional groups of organisms reduce the efficiency by which whole communities capture biologically essential resources, such as nutrients, water, light, prey, and convert those resources into biomass. Recent meta-analyses further suggest that plant litter diversity enhances decomposition and recycling of elements after organisms die. Although the effects tend to be weaker than for other processes, biodiversity effects seem to be remarkably consistent across different groups of organisms, among trophic levels, and across the various ecosystems that have been studied. This consistency indicates that there are general underlying principles that dictate how the organization of communities influences the functioning of ecosystems. There are exceptions to this statement for some ecosystems and processes, and these offer opportunities to explore the boundaries that constrain biodiversity effects. So, consensus statement 2, there is mounting evidence that biodiversity increases the stability of ecosystem functions through time. Numerous forms of stability have been described, and there is no theoretical reason to believe that biodiversity should enhance all forms of stability. But theory and data both support greater temporal stability of community property, like total biomass at higher levels of diversity. 5 syntheses have summarized how diversity has an impact on variation of ecosystem functions through time, and these have shown the total resource capture and biomass production are generally more stable in more diverse communities. The mechanisms by which diversity confers stability include overyielding, statistical averaging, and compensatory dynamics. Overyielding enhances stability when mean biomass production increases with diversity more rapidly than its standard deviation. Statistical averaging occurs when random variation in the population abundances different species reduces the variability of aggregate ecosystem variables. Now they're getting into scientific jargon. Compensatory dynamics are driven by competitive interactions and/or differential responses to environmental fluctuation among different life forms, both of which lead to asynchrony in their environmental responses. We have yet to quantify the relative importance of these mechanisms and the conditions under which they operate. So how do I summarize? Basically, I guess it's summarized here that biodiversity increases the stability of ecosystem functions time. But that's not like set in stone or like a golden rule. The impact of biodiversity on any single ecosystem process is nonlinear and saturating, such that change accelerates as biodiversity loss increases. It's sort of not this perfectly linear relationship where such that change accelerates as biodiversity loss increase. Basically, sort of like an exponential relationship. As more and more loss, you get kind of like an exponential decay, of the ecosystem. The form of BEF relationships in most experimental studies indicates that initial losses of biodiversity in diverse ecosystems have relatively small impacts on ecosystem functions, but increasing losses to accelerating rates of change. We do not yet have quantitative estimates of the level of biodiversity at which change in ecosystem functions become significant for different processes or ecosystems, and this is an active area of research. It seems like, okay, based off what they're saying here, some ecosystems can withstand some biodiversity loss, okay, where it seems like there's some minor biodiversity loss, and the ecosystem is able to function just fine. But then there's a tipping point where it's you pass a certain threshold, and it seems like that threshold will be unique to each ecosystem. Then it's kind of like an accelerated loss. Although our statement is an empirical generality, some researchers question whether saturating curves are an artifact of overly simplified experiments. Saturation could be imposed by the spatial homogeneity, short timescales, or limited speed of experiments that minimize opportunities for expression of niche differences. In support of this hypothesis, select case studies suggest that as experiments run longer, saturating curves become more monotonically increased. In addition, biodiversity ecosystem function relationships, natural ecosystems sometimes differ from saturating curves, and future research needs to assess when and why these differences occur. Statement 4. Diverse communities are more productive because they contain key species that have a large influence on productivity, and differences in functional traits among organisms increase total resource capture. Much of the historical controversy in BEF research involved the extent to which diversity effects are driven by single, highly productive species versus some form of complementarity among species. Research and syntheses over the past 10 years have made it clear that both the identity and the diversity of organisms jointly control the functioning of quantification of the variance explained by species identity versus diversity in more than 200 experiments found that on average across many ecosystems, each contributes roughly 50% to the net biodiversity effect. Complementarity may represent niche partitioning or positive species interactions, but the extent to which these mechanisms broadly contribute to ecosystem functioning has yet to be confirmed. And then their consent. 5. Loss of diversity across trophic levels has the potential to influence ecosystem functions even more strongly than diversity loss within trophic levels. Much work has shown that food-web interactions are key mediators of ecosystem functioning, and that loss of higher consumers can cascade through a food web to influence plant biomass. Loss of one or a few top predator species can reduce plant biomass by at least as much as does the transformation of a diverse plant assemblage into a species monoculture. Loss of consumers can also alter vegetation structure, the fire frequency, and even disease epidemics in a range of And then their last census statement. Functional traits of organisms have large impacts on the magnitude of ecosystem functions, which give rise to a wide range of plausible impacts of extinction on system function. The extent to which ecological functions change after extinction depends greatly on which biological traits are extirpated. Depending on the traits lost, scenarios of change vary from large reductions in ecological processes, for example, if the surviving life form is highly unproductive, to the opposite where the efficiency, productivity, and stability of an ecosystem increase. To illustrate this latter possibility, a summary of BEF experiments showed that 65% of about 1,000 experimental plots containing plant polycultures produce less biomass than that achieved by their most productive species grown alone. This result has been questioned on statistical grounds, and because the short duration of experiments may limit the opportunity for diverse polycultures to outperform productive species. Even so, the key point is that although diversity clearly has an impact on ecosystem function, when averaged across all genes, traits, considerable variation surrounds this mean effect, stemming from differences in the identity of the organisms and their functional traits. To predict accurately the consequences of any particular scenario of extinction, we must know which life forms have greatest extinction risk, how the traits of those organisms influence function. Quantifying functional trait diversity and linking this to both extinction risk and ecosystem processes is a rapidly expanding area of research. And then there's the emerging trends. Let's see. At probably, yeah, expanding. I don't know that I want to. This is a little bit outdated. I don't know that I want to read their emerging trends section. Going to, yeah, outlook and directions. Or I guess no. Probably more forward-looking. Again, I have a slightly more recent article that I want to cover. So, the need to explore more realistic scenarios of diversity change that reflect how human activities are altering biodiversity is now urgent. Organisms are not lost from ecosystems at random, and traits that predispose species to extinction are often those that drive ecosystem processes. So far, this issue has mostly been explored through simulations. But food web theory, based on using environmental stressors, cause non-random extinctions, may provide a basis for a new generation of BEF experiments. Furthermore, invasions and range expansions driven by anthropogenic change are homogenizing Earth's biota, and in several cases, increasing local taxonomic diversity. Predicting the ecosystem consequences of simultaneous gains, such as invasion, and losses, extinction, requires that we first understand which biological traits predispose life forms to higher probabilities of extirpation or establishment, and detail how response traits co-vary with traits that drive ecosystem functioning. For example, at local scales, invasive plants often have functional traits that are associated with more rapid resource acquisition and growth than those of coexisting native species, although global meta-analyses suggest only modest differences between native and introduced plants in their effects on ecosystem processes. Statistical models have been developed that allow integration of invasion and extinction into a trait framework, and these models should now be extended to predict changes in ecosystem services. Another challenge is to incorporate better the real complexity of food webs into BEF and BES research. Most research so far has focused on simplified model communities, yet in nature, food webs are complex networks with dozens to thousands of have reticulate webs of indirect and nonlinear interactions, and contain mismatches in the spatial and temporal dynamics of interacting organisms. This complexity can appear to preclude predictability, but recent theory and experiments suggest that food web structure, interactions, and stability can be predicted by a small subset of traits, such as organismal body size, the degree of dietary generalism, and trophic level. Simple trait-based approaches hold promise for simplifying the inherent complexity of natural food webs into a few key axes that strongly control ecosystem functions and services. We need to better identify these traits and food web structure, and need better models to explain why certain food web properties control ecosystem functions and services. So one thing I think to highlight of me is like they are using the term food web, not food chain. Since I would say food chain, not really a real scientific concept. Where, when people say food chain, they seem to think like there's some hierarchy of food. And typically people that use the term food chain, they put humans at the top. We're like, yeah, we're at the top of the food chain. But as they allude to here many times, it's a food web. And there's lots of relationships, or everything is kind of interconnected. And it's not just some straight, linear or vertical hierarchy. So, improving predictions. Increasing the complexity and realism of experiments, however, will not be enough to move biodiversity research towards better forecasting. We also need sets of models and statistical tools that help us move from experiments that detail local biological processes to landscape-scale patterns where management and policy take place. One fruitful approach may be to use data from BEF experiments to assign parameters to local models of species interactions that predict how biodiversity has an impact on ecosystem processes based on functional traits. These local models can then be embedded into spatially explicit meta-community and ecosystem models that incorporate habitat heterogeneity, dispersal, and abiotic drivers to predict relationships between biodiversity and ecosystem services at the landscape level. Statistical tools like structural equation modeling might then be used to assess whether predictions of these landscape models agree with observations from natural systems, and to disentangle effects of biodiversity from other covarying environmental factors. 2. Ideally, predictions arising from landscape-level models would be ground truth by assessing their ability to predict the outcome of real restoration projects or other management scenarios where policy actions are being taken to protect ecosystem services. For example, given land use pressure and climate change, freshwater supply is an ecosystem service in high demand, and water funds are becoming a common finance mechanism through which downstream water consumers pay for upstream changes in land use to achieve objectives like maintenance of water quality, nutrient, sediment, and bacterial loads. Major initiatives are underway to standardize the design, implementation, and monitoring of water funds, including a pilot program supported by the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, FEMSA, or I guess FEMSA, and the Nature Conservancy that spans 40 Latin American cities. That's another thing to consider, where it's like themes like, fresh water or access to fresh water is going to become an increasing issue, not only as a result of biodiversity loss, but also as a result of climate change. And it's going to be interesting to see, let's say, how Canada deals with that, since Canada has, I think, like one of the largest reservoirs of access to fresh water, if not the largest. Can't remember. But either way, you've got a lot of fresh water. Initiatives like these represent opportunities to assess and refine our ability to predict biodiversity ecosystem service relations on realistic scales, situations where stakeholders are expecting positive returns. For example, BEF and BES researchers have amassed substantial experimental evidence showing that species diversity of plants and algae increase uptake of nutrient pollutants from soil and water. We have statistical models that quantify the functional form of these effects, and extensive data on the functional traits that influence such processes and habitat. One approach could involve developing spatially explicit predictions of how biodiversity influences water quality in a modeled watershed where local nutrient assimilation and retention are a function of the number and types of functional traits that locally co-occur. That is, traits of plants in a riparian zone or of algae in a reach. One could then integrate this spatially explicit, biologically realistic model into a decision support tool. For example, invest integrated valuation of ecosystem services and trade-offs to simulate changes in ecosystem services at landscape scales where decision makers can assess trade-offs associated with alternative land use choices. Choices made by decision makers in real projects could in turn serve as natural experiments to provide biologists with an opportunity to test their predictions outcomes. Interesting. So economists have developed a wide array of tools to estimate the value of natural and managed ecosystems, market and non-marketed services that they provide. Which, like, I don't know how you assign value to these types of systems or ecosystems. Although there are good estimates of society's willingness to pay for a number of non-marketed ecosystem services, we still know little about the marginal value of biodiversity. Like, and it seems like this is kind of like how we operate or how our society operates. If you can't assign some sort of like economical or monetary value to it, it seems like that makes it hard for humans to value that thing, which I think is a problem. That is, value associated with changes in the variation of genes, species, and functional traits in the production of those services. The economic value of biodiversity loss derives from the value of the affected services. Right. It's not like there is any intrinsic value to an ecosystem. It's like If we happen to derive some like tangible benefit as humans from this ecosystem, well, then then you can, assign a value to it. Estimating this value requires calibration of ecosystem service production functions that link biodiversity, ecosystem processes, and ecosystem services. The derivative of such functions with respect to biodiversity defines the marginal physical product of biodiversity, for example, carbon sequestration or water purification, and when multiplied by the value of the service, yields the marginal value of biodiversity change. Researchers in the BEF and BES fields need to work more closely to estimate the marginal value of biodiversity for ecosystem services. In doing so, at least 3 challenges require attention. First, ecosystems deliver multiple services, and many involve trade-offs in that increasing the supply of one reduces the supply of another. For example, carbon sequestration through afforestation or forest protection may enhance timber production, but reduce water supplies. The value of biodiversity change to society depends on the net marginal effect of change on all ecosystem services. Future work needs to quantify the marginal benefits of biodiversity in terms of services gained relative to marginal costs in terms of services lost. Furthermore, many trade-offs among services occur at very different spatial and temporal scale. The gains from simplifying ecosystems are often local and short-term, whereas the costs are transmitted to people in other locations or to future generations. For society to make informed choices about land uses that have mixed effects, the science linking biodiversity to ecosystem functioning and services must be extended to explore trade-offs at multiple temporal and spatial scales so that information can be incorporated into models of optimal land use. Finally, there is increasing interest in developing incentives to encourage landholders to take full account of the ecosystem services that are affected by their actions. The concept of payments for ecosystem services has emerged as one tool for bringing market value to ecosystems. Our review has emphasized that many ecosystem services ultimately depend on the variety of life forms that comprise an ecosystem and that control the ecological processes that underlie all services. Therefore, successful plans to use payments for ecosystem services will need to be founded on a solid understanding of the linkages among biodiversity, ecosystem functioning, and the production of eco-services. This will require that such plans explicitly manage for biodiversity change. And lastly, wrapping up, responding to the call of policy initiatives. So the significance of biodiversity for human well-being was recognized 20 years ago with the formation of the Convention on Biological Diversity, an intergovernmental agreement among 193 countries to support the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits. Despite this agreement, evidence gathered in 2010 indicated that biodiversity loss at the global scale was continuing, often at increasing rates. This observation stimulated a set of new targets for the 2020. And in parallel, governments have been negotiating the establishment of a new assessment body, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystems. The IPBES will be charged with conducting regional, global, and thematic assessments of biodiversity, and will depend on the international scientific community to assess trends and evaluate risk associated with alternative patterns of development and changes in land use. Significant gaps in both the science and policy need attention if the HE targets are to be met, and if future ecosystems are to provide the range of services required to support more people sustainably. We have reported the scientific consensus that has emerged over 20 years of biodiversity research to help orient the next generation of research on the links between biodiversity and the benefits of ecosystems, and the benefits ecosystems provide to humanity. One of the greatest challenges now is to use what we have learned to develop predictive models that are founded on empirically quantified ecological mechanisms that forecast changes in ecosystem services, skills that are policy relevant, and that link to social, economic, and political systems. Without an understanding of the fundamental ecological processes that link biodiversity, ecosystem functions, and services, attempts to forecast the societal consequences of biodiversity loss and meet policy objectives are likely to fail. But with that fundamental understanding in hand, we may yet bring the modern era of biodiversity loss to a safe end for humanity. Yeah, so this, this is a 10-year-old review article. Basically the overall consensus, at least the main message that I get, it's like, basically, the fact of biodiversity loss can't be ignored. And back then in 2012, that's the time to really pay attention. And now, policy needs to be put in place to address biodiversity loss. And there were targets that were set, but then looks like they failed to meet them. Now it's back then 10 years ago, well, we got to set new targets, as they say, a set of new targets for 2020, the HE targets. And it looks like now in today in 2022, whatever today with COP15, it seems like now they're trying to really hash out an agreement, saying, hey, this is a problem, we got to tackle it. How do we tackle it? How do we cooperate globally, all countries, to address this problem of biodiversity loss? Because as they outline here, there are very real and important implications for humanity. This is not not just something that humans can ignore. Just as global warming, as I said before, just as global warming and climate change affects all of humanity, biodiversity loss also affects all of humanity. It's as they outline here, ecosystems play a crucial part for a lot of things. And a lot of things that are crucial to our survival. Where's the other article? Yes. So, this is a little bit more recent. So instead of 10 years old, it's about over 2 years old. And so, well, as far as I can tell, there's a little bit of controversy in terms of there, as the article that I just covered highlighted, biodiversity loss, the consensus or the evidence is pretty clear that it's occurring. And now, it seems like, are we getting into the territory of a mass extinction? Where, some research points, or research like this, points to, potentially, that's not biodiversity loss, but it's something even worse than that, or more alarming, a mass extinction. Kind of a complete loss, or huge loss of biodiversity. And yeah, this was published fairly recently. And it's interesting, at least as far as I could tell in the research, there's a little bit of controversy, or there doesn't appear to be unanimous agreement that a sixth mass extinction is actually occurring. It seems to be, again, as far as I could tell, that it's still kind of an open question. But what's interesting is the way they worded here, it's kind of a foregone conclusion, or at least I guess these researchers here kind of treat it as fact, and maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not in this field. I'm just going by what I read or what I can gather from the research. So, vertebrates on the brink as indicators of biological annihilation and the sixth mass extinction. So, what is the overall significance of this? This is published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. So this is not some no-name journal, generally speaking, even though definitely I would say this journal has published, I would say, sketchy research in the past, but I think at this point just about every journal has, even Nature. But generally speaking, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences are pretty well respected and high regarded journal that typically publishes high quality research. So, what is the significance of this research? The ongoing sixth mass extinction may be the most serious environmental threat to the persistence of civilization, because it is irreversible. thousands of populations of critically endangered vertebrate animal species have been lost in a century, indicating that the sixth mass extinction is human-caused and accelerating. The acceleration of the extinction crisis is certain because of the still fast growth in human numbers and consumption rates. In addition, species are links in ecosystems, and as they fall out, the species they interact with are likely to go also. In the regions where disappearing species are concentrated, regional biodiversity collapses are likely occurring. Our results re-emphasize the extreme urgency of taking massive global actions to save humanity's crucial life support systems. And what are the authorifications? So Mexico looks like so this is Center for Conservation Biology, Department of Biology, Stanford University. And Plant Science Department, Missouri Botanical Gardens, St. Louis, Missouri. All right, so a little bit of the intro, then discussion. During the more than 4.5 billion years of Earth's history, there has never been a richness of life comparable to that which exists today. That's, there was the Cambrian explosion. Out of this great explosion in biodiversity. Definitely remember covering that. And Maddie Holmes, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. May I ask what hyperbole? I hope you're doing well. What hyperbole are you referring to? Are you referring to the hyperbole of like richness of life, or like sort of like the alarmist type of language? But yeah, the Cambrian explosion refers to an interval of time approximately 38 million years ago in the Cambrian period, when practically all major animal phyla started appearing in the fossil record. So that's kind of what they're alluding to here. It just sounds interesting. I'm curious then, like, how would you want them to reword it? Oh, okay, I see. Kind of like, I guess maybe not technical or scientific enough for like a scientific paper. Yes. A little more matter of fact. Yeah, I take your point. But then like, what's a synonymous, what is a synonym for richness? Like, the number of species that exist today, I guess. Like, yeah. No, even though we're scientists or researchers, I think we can, we're allowed to have, some poetic license, I guess. But I do take your point. Like, what is richness in this context? Although there have been 5 mass extinction episodes during the last 450 million years, each destroying 70 to 95% of the species, animals, and microorganisms that existed earlier. Life has recovered and multiplied extensively. Those extinction events were caused by catastrophic alterations of the environment, such as massive volcanic eruptions, depletion of oceanic oxygen, or collision with an asteroid. In each case, it took millions of years to regain numbers of species comparable to those that existed before the particular extinction. Even though only an estimated 2% of all of the species that ever lived are alive today, the absolute number of species is greater now than ever before. It was into such a biological diverse world that we humans evolved, and such a world that we are destroyed. There has never been a bourgeois. Yeah, that's fair. One correct point of the scientific. Yeah, and I can admit it does seem like they're, I guess, for lack of a better term, they're using kind of like flowery language, or like, they're exercising some artistic license with their wording. Since I would say they're being pretty explicit here, of like, they say such a world that we are destroying. Life has now entered a 6th mass extinction. This is probably the most serious environmental problem because the loss of a species is permanent, each of them playing a greater or lesser role in the living systems on will depend. And actually, well, I mean, this is a fairly recent article. Like it's only 2 years old. But even that, I would kind of like call that into question, where because the loss of a species is permanent. Like we're either there now or we're not far off from like basically being able to preserve a species, or at least we can just like conserve its genetic information, and then somewhere down the line we can kind of like bring that species back, right? Potentially. Like I think we either have that technology now, or like we're not that far off from that technology. But like I don't think it's quite as clear cut as this, of like a loss of a species is permanent. Each of them playing a greater or lesser role in the living system, which we all depend. If this is the sixth mass extinction, it's natural. Well, so I think I understand what you mean, but I think they're alluding to the fact that this is human caused. And I would say it's totally okay to be nitpicky. The species extinctions that define the current crisis are, in turn, based on the massive disappearance of their component populations, mostly since the 1800s. The massive losses that we are experiencing are being caused, directly or indirectly, by the activities of, well, us, Homo sapiens. They have almost all occurred since our ancestors developed agriculture, some 11,000 years ago. At that time, we numbered about 1 million people worldwide. Now there are 7.7 billion of us, and our numbers are still rapidly growing. As our numbers have grown, humanity has come to pose an unprecedented threat to the vast majority of its living companions. Today, species extinction rates are hundreds of or thousands of times faster than the normal or background rates prevailing in the last tens of millions of years. The recent United Nations report on biodiversity and ecosystem services estimates that a quarter of all species face extinction, many within decades. When a species disappears, a wide range of characteristics is lost forever, from genes and interactions to phenotypes and behaviors. Right, and as we alluded to in the last article, you can talk about biodiversity at the species level. That's what's most commonly referred to, as far as I can tell. But you could also talk about biodiversity at the genetic level, where it's like, genes for metabolic or biochemical functions. And that, like, it may be more important to have, genetic biodiversity as opposed to, like, just like species biodiversity. What I would say is this is probably not written by just one singular person. And it's probably like, it's been a collaborative effort, and it probably went through, like, based off of my experience in publishing papers. Like, typically scientific papers go like through dozens of revisions, where it's almost like you're sculpting a statue of just like you're chipping away, and like it slowly kind of like takes form. Yeah, every time a species or population vanishes, Earth's capability to maintain ecosystem services is eroded to a degree. Depending on the species or population concerned, each population is likely to be unique, therefore likely to differ its capacity to fit into a particular ecosystem and play a role there. The effects of extinction will worsen in the coming decades as losses of functional units, redundancy, and genetic and cultural variability change entire ecosystems. Humanity needs the life support of a relatively stable climate, flows of fresh water, agricultural pest and disease vector control, pollination for crops, and so on, all provided by functional ecosystems. Examples documenting the ongoing biological annihilation are proliferating, each of them underlying the magnitude of the problem and the urgency of taking action. More than 400 vertebrate species became extinct in the last 100 years, extinctions that would have taken up to 10,000 years in the normal course of evolution. Among vertebrate species that have disappeared in historic times are thylacine, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that, the ivory-billed woodpecker, and the round island burrowing boa. Champions of recent extinctions are amphibians, hundreds of species of frogs and suffering population declines and extinctions. Perhaps a fifth of the species extinct already or on the brink of extinction. The symbol of this amphibian holocaust, again, more, I would say, more extreme language, is the loss, soon after it was discovered, of the gorgeous golden toad, an inhabitant of Costa Rican cloud forests. The principal culprit in the disappearance of so many amphibians so rapidly is a chytrid fungus, sometimes spread from place to place as a result of human activities. This parasite affects populations weakened by climate disruption rapidly. It'll suck that much more for current speed. Well, ecosystem shift and living organisms will evolve or so, well, I take your, well, I don't know that they'll evolve, just because at least based off of the way, and I'm definitely not a biodiversity loss expert or mass extinction expert, but at least the way they outline it, in terms of like once an ecosystem starts collapsing, okay, as a result of biodiversity loss, like seems like there's a tipping point, and once you're past that tipping point, the ecosystem, collapses fairly quickly, and evolution requires some amount of time to take into effect, and like based off of the timescales, there's a reason why we're experiencing biodiversity loss, and potentially a mass extinction. It's just because like no species would go extinct if they're able to evolve and adapt to the conditions. But like that's where it's like, if there's an event that happens so quickly, like the dinosaurs can't evolve to withstand an asteroid, or like all of the collateral damage resulting in an asteroid, just because like it's such a a large event in a short time scale that like evolution doesn't work on that time scale. But that's not really the same thing as well, that's not the same thing as erosion, but the way they frame it, like they talk about ecosystem collapse, not just like ecosystem erosion. Yeah, totally. Some did survive and evolve into birds. For sure. But yeah, I don't think it's just as simple as an answer as like whatever. As in like we can just do whatever to an ecosystem, and then like they'll just evolve and adapt. I think they're pretty clear on that. Millions of populations have vanished in the last 100 years, with most people unaware of their loss. Such losses have become extremely severe in the last few decades. These losses are not simply happening to obscure organisms of little interest to anyone. Instead, they include many populations of large and conspicuous animals and plants, from lions and tigers to elephants and cacti. For example, in a sample of 177 species of large mammals, most lost more than 80% of their geographic range in the last century, implying a very extensive extirpation of populations. Similarly, a recent study showed that 32% of more than 27,000 vertebrate species have declining populations. And the Living Planet report found that roughly 70% of all individuals of vertebrate species have disappeared over the 50 years since 1970. Insects and other invertebrates have suffered huge losses also. About 75% of all flying insects in national parks in Germany disappeared in 25 years, and there are numerous signs that many species of insects are heading for the exit. Similar losses have been documented for various species: clams, snails, and starfish, and plants. The process of extinction involves progressive declines in the abundance and geographic range of a species. Smaller populations become more isolated and prone to extinction, natural and human causes. The reason so many species are being pushed to extinction by anthropogenic causes is indicated by humans and their domesticated animals being some 30 times the living mass of all of the wild mammals that must compete with them for space and yeah, that's fair. Evolve or die. I tend to lean more towards kind of like, well, we can use humans as an example potentially of like assuming You accept, climate change or global warming, where it's like, given our current trajectory, it seems like, we're on track for some pretty devastating effects of climate change. And I think we are seeing some of those things play out when it comes to some of the extreme weather events. But do I think that climate change, regardless of whether we take action or not, will result in the extinction of humans? No, almost certainly not. And that like we can adapt. But like, I think it's fair to say that we're trying to minimize the loss of human life, and minimize that like is a good thing. I would extend that same argument to like the other species. Oh, and rhinos are unicorns. Welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Where it's like, yeah, others, as a result of, biodiversity loss and, altering ecosystems, species will either evolve or die. But I would prefer that we minimize, or like, not minimize, but prevent any loss of species. Just like, yes, I think regardless, some humans can adapt to the most extreme outcomes of climate change. But I'd rather not have the hundreds of millions or potentially billions loss of human life. Oh, and Chutoy, welcome. Happy to see you as well. Hope you're doing well. I'll give it to you. Climate change is going to cook the planet, but on the upside, at some point, we're going to be able to just throw the proper yeah. And that's where it's going to get real weird. Where like some parts of Canada, like there are totally some short-term benefits to climate change. Where it's like our winters. It seems like our winters in Quebec are becoming more and more mild. Our summers are becoming more awful. But hey, the winter's not so bad. Or like the winter is less bad. But then, all those positive effects are slowly going to wear off, and there's a tipping point of the negative is so going to outweigh any of the positives. When the number of individuals in a population or species drops too low, its contributions to ecosystem functions and services become unimportant. Its genetic variability and resilience is reduced, and its contribution to human welfare may be lost. At a certain point, a population can be too small or too lacking in required habitat to reach. At one time, the bison was a keystone species in the prairies of North America, maintaining the entire ecosystem, supplying at various stages meat, robes, and fertilizer to Native Americans, and later to Europeans. Indeed, it is estimated that 2 centuries ago, there were probably some 30 to 60 million of these large mammals roaming the plains of the continent. Overharvesting for meat and skins, and prairie ecosystems converted to farming exterminated most populations. By 1884, only some 325 individuals were left. Subsequently, they have recovered to about 4,000 wild bison, with some 500,000 living in enclosures. The species has certainly not reclaimed its ecological role in any case. The great majority of North American prairies have been destroyed. Hence, bison and many other species with tiny populations have become what Jansen has termed, in a different way, ecological zombies. Still there, but not significant for ecosystem functioning. Most of the people most heavily affected by climate change have a, yeah. That is the issue, right? Where, that's, yeah. I think that kind of just, I don't know whether that's the human condition or not, but just like, one of, whether it's a bug or a feature, I don't know. But like, we humans just very often fall into the trap of like, until it affects us, or it's like right in front of our face, we're not going to pay attention to it. So it's like, yeah, all of the developing countries that are experiencing the collateral damage that developed countries have contributed to climate change. And so it's like, well, through them. And until like, until people in the United States like walk outside their door and like, the water level is so high that they're The water's right outside their door. They're just like not going to pay attention to it. Not going to take it seriously. Oh, thank you for the link. Looks like it's some sort of picture. Yeah. That sums it up in a nutshell. Where, you know, that's pretty much like, so on the topic of like COP15, oh, I guess, second, to bring it up. You know, on maybe, you know, some reason for hope, is like during COP27, it looks like some agreement was made, in terms of like the developed countries helping developing countries, in terms of like, you know, it's the developing countries that are disproportionately affected by climate change, and like the reality is like it's the developed countries that have essentially created this global situation, but it's the developing countries that are just like, yeah, they're experiencing the consequences, and therefore like it seems like some agreement was made in terms of like climate reparations, where it's like, hey, yeah, basically we as developed countries, we kind of screwed you over, so maybe we should kind of like pay for that, or help you pay to invest in the infrastructure to deal with, you know, consequences that we have brought upon you. It's a pretty bizarre situation, which I think this is a good thing. The developed countries do need to help the developing countries. It literally is not their fault. So here we add to our studies of the 6th mass extinction. We analyze the status of vertebrates that we judge are on the brink of extinction. Most of these have lost the majority of their geographic range, and most of their populations now have fewer than 1,000 individuals, referred to as on the brink, or under 1,000 hereafter. Examples of those species are shown in Figure 1. We then compare the distribution patterns of these species on the brink with those slightly more secure, species estimated to have more than 1,000, but less than 5,000 individuals, referred as under 5,000 hereafter. We chose terrestrial vertebrates because they are the animals most familiar to people, and because there are more data on their conservation status than on those of most other organisms. And we pick as a center of discussion a round number of individuals, 1,000, which is the population size at which the International Union for Conservation of Nature ordinarily lists as critically endangered. So, we specifically address the following questions about this species on the brink. Which are the vertebrate species on the brink? What are the historic and current patterns of distribution of those species? How many populations have they lost in historic time? How do these patterns compare with those of the slightly more secure species, those under 5,000 individuals? The answers to these questions should allow us, in principle, to take effective action to save the species concerned from extinction, but to succeed, our efforts must be prompt, determined, and widespread. We need to undertake such efforts to have any chance of reversing the biological annihilation that is underway. So, I would say, again, pretty alarming language. But, you know, and I understand, you know, biological annihilation is not a technical term. Annihilation is not a technical scientific term. But if I can, you know, maybe give the benefit of the doubt, maybe the authors of the paper, like, this is their way of like drawing attention, or like, you know, trying to sound the alarms of like, you know, they're clearly using alarming language because they potentially want this issue to be taken seriously and not be ignored. But I understand, you know, the flip side of like, you know, you're being so alarmist. Some people can kind of ignore that in and of itself. But yeah, this is my attempt at giving the benefit out as to why they're using such explicit language. They kind of like refer to it as the Holocaust, biological annihilation. This may just be their way of trying to sound the alarms, or like trying to like get across the message that this is a serious issue that cannot and should not be ignored. So, their main findings in the discussion. I'm not going to analyze their data just because, like, I'm not in a position to really uh, confidently analyze their data. This is not the data that I'm used to analyzing. It's not my field, even though it doesn't seem all complicated. But I'd rather just like get to the main findings. Uh, sounds. I don't know about that. Your your country's not in red. If oh no, never mind. I'm an idiot. Our results provide important conservation insights. First, as the status of any species changes from common to being on the brink of extinction, its gradual loss will bring pressures to bear on other species with which it interacts. Fair enough. And you know, I'm curious in terms of like, you know, I assume that, you know, biodiversity is like important in New Zealand. Like, I wonder if it's an issue, or like I wonder how much like the issue of ecosystem preservation, how much that taken seriously or not in New Zealand. Like I just kind of like operate under the assumption of like, you know, there's like ecological concerns exist in New Zealand, and that there are important ecosystems that need preserving, I would assume. So there was, yeah, clearly the loss of so many populations has caused major changes in the ecosystems they inhabit, and doubtless contributed concurrently to the extinction of other species in those ecosystems. At times, these losses must have triggered the substantial alteration of ecosystem and function. Extinction cascades, a series of extinctions triggered by the disappearance of a keystone species in ecosystem, occur frequently, as shown by the classic case of Steller's sea cow. Obviously, the loss of species and populations drives the loss of their specialized parasites. A dramatic example was the discovery and description in 2005 of 6 new species of mites found among the feathers of museum specimens of the long-extinct Carolina parakeet. Similarly, closely linked pairs of species involved in relationships like pollination may become extinct simultaneously. Thus, moving onto the brink is an important part of the process of defaunation. Second, documenting so many species on the verge of collapse has led us to suggest that future rates of extinction are probably underestimated. Well, yeah, if in fact that's true. Just like one study, but like, you know, they're already using pretty alarmist and explicit language in the introduction, and that's with their current understanding of extinction rates, and now they're saying like, oh, probably underestimated. So it's like even worse than we thought, and we're already painting a doom and gloom scenario. As our results indicate, the current rapid vertebrate extinction rate will itself increase sharply in the future. So predictions that 1/5 of all species would be in danger of extinction by mid-century, and half or more by the end of the century, begin to make sense. Third, concentrations of species at risk for extinction, with a geographical congruence in distribution of the under 5,000s and species on the brink categories, are strong indicators of incipient regional biodiversity collapse. Areas such as the Arctic, Southeast Asia, and elsewhere. They occur mostly in heavily populated regions such as tropical Asia, where major ongoing biodiversity losses are well known. Fourth, species at the brink have been pushed to a critical conservation status because of human activities, where habitat loss and fragmentation, illegal trade, overexploitation, introduced domestic and wild species, oxification, and pollution have played a major role. More recently, climate disruption is becoming a major cause of species. We believe that the recent coronavirus outbreak is linked to wildlife trade and consumption in China. And this was published like June or July of 2020. Kind of pretty much at one of the heights of the pandemic, like somewhat early days. And already back then, they're kind of like, whatever, drawing the conclusion that it seems like pandemic is associated with wildlife trade and consumption in China. The ban on wildlife trade imposed by the Chinese government could be a major conservation measure for many species on the brink if imposed properly. Ban should include wild species for consumption as food as well as medicinal use and pets. Finally, major losses of populations and clearly impede the provision of ecosystem goods and services, with consequent impacts on well-being. The growing human population, increasing rates of consumption, and projected growth in the future can only accelerate the rapid disappearance of species, now a stream to a rushing torrent. A problem for survival that only human beings have the power to eliminate. The extinction crisis, like the toxification and climate crises to which it is tied, poses an existential threat to civilization. These are their concluding remarks. Although it is more immediate than climate disruption, its magnitude and likely impacts on human well-being are largely unknown by governments, the private sector, and civil society. It is therefore a scientific and moral imperative for scientists to take whatever actions they can to stop extinction. For example, in relation to all under 5,000 species, they should be immediately classified by the IUCN as critically endangered. Indeed, conservation of endangered species should be elevated to a national and global emergency for governments and institutions equal to climate disruption. Among the possible actions, global comprehensive binding agreement is required to address the crisis, especially to tackle the legal and illegal trade of wild species. Such an agreement should be a mere first step in developing a 2020-2030 agenda. Yeah, well, that is the risk, right? Like, how do you be alarmist without inducing complacency, right? That's the classic cry wolf too many times. Just don't take it seriously anymore. Like there's obviously some sort of balance there, right? And it's hard to strike that balance. Many of the species endangered or at the brink of extinction are being decimated by the legal and illegal wildlife trade, which poses a fundamental threat for human health and well-being, is a major cause of population and species, and is eroding the ecosystem services that we require to survive. The horrific coronavirus disease 2019 pandemic that we are experiencing, of which we still do not fully understand the likely economic, political, and social global impacts, is linked to wildlife trade. It is imperative that wildlife trade for human consumption is considered a gigantic threat to both human health and wildlife conservation. Therefore, it has to be completely banned, strictly enforced, especially in China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and other countries in Asia. It is also imperative that steps are taken to provide food for the poor people, that conservation measures may deprive of bushmeat, especially in Africa. Right. That's where it's whatever, nice to talk about banning the wildlife trade in China. Like, there is a reason why, these wet markets and the wildlife trade exists. It's not the only reason, but, one of the reasons is it's a source of food and nutrition. And you can't necessarily, or rather, probably not the best idea. If it's their only source of food and nutrition, to ban that, you're not going to provide any alternative. Probably not a good thing. So yeah, good that they recognize that. In view of the current extinction crisis and the lack of widespread actions to halt it, it is very important that scientists should metaphorically take to the street. We have, for example, started a new global initiative we called Stop Extinction to address, so it seems like these researchers are taking a pretty strong activist approach, or explicitly activist approach, since, even though they say metaphorically, I think they don't mean it so metaphorically of taking to the street. So yeah, started a new global initiative we called Stop Extinction to address and publicize the extent of the extinction crisis and its impact on the loss of biodiversity, ecosystem services, and human well-being. Aspects still rather ignored by most people. There is time, but the window of opportunity is almost closed. We must save what we can or lose the opportunity to do so forever. There is no doubt, for example, that there will be more pandemics if we continue destroying habitats and trading wildlife for human consumption, food, and traditional medicines. It is something that humanity cannot permit, as it may be a tipping point for the collapse of civilization. What is at stake is the fate of humanity and most living. Future generations deserve better from us. Like, yeah, I would say their message is pretty clear, and pretty explicit, and pretty alarmist. But again, if it's actually true, if what they outline is true, and this is an existential crisis for humanity, well then yeah, I would say it's on us to take it seriously, and it should be alarming. But again, just these authors' conclusions, even though I think there's a pretty decent amount of research, less alarmist, or not using as alarmist of language, it's still more or less like coming to the same conclusions. At the very least, whether there actually is a 6th mass extinction event occurring, debatable as far as I can tell, or like that's somewhat of an open question. But the conclusion that biodiversity loss is occurring, that pretty much seems pretty set in stone, or like with a high degree of confidence. Like just as we pretty much like all universally agree, well, almost unanimously agree that climate change is occurring. Pretty much like all experts agree that biodiversity loss is occurring, which is why we have summits like COP27 and COP15. Oh, and Cernu, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by, and nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. I myself am doing well. It's a nice Sunday. Had a great workout. And as always, having a great stream. And also, thank you again for sending that National Post article yesterday. I know that we probably disagree fundamentally on medical assistance dying, but I'm glad you're able to offer your. And I hope at least I get the message across that like I think I understand your concerns. In that like I don't think as much as I support MAID, I don't think I only showed like the good side of it. Hope I made it clear that I understand there's pretty dark side to it. That the concerns that some of these people are putting forth, these are not completely unfounded concerns, and that I understand them, that they absolutely should be addressed. So yeah, that's pretty much all I had to cover in terms of biodiversity. But I totally had other content I want to cover. Yeah, exactly. And I respect your position as well, 100%. Just as I respect Eucharist's position. I know that there's Eucharist is staunchly opposed. Again, I'm hoping we can have that conversation, at least one-on-one, or like some small, quote-unquote panel. Yeah, so other content that I want to cover. Switching topics from the biodiversity loss, going back to kind of like health and I guess medical news. This also came across my newsfeed with pretty interesting headline, kind of demonstrating how I guess social media can dominate just about everything. So the TikTok trend that triggered a diabetes drug shortage. And on the topic of drug shortage, it seems like there's quite a few let's say drug shortages occurring. I know in Canada, 1 second. Although I think this has since been resolved, or like, Canada has received, a shipment, or like, yeah, they basically received a shipment of pain medication. But as I sort of briefly covered yesterday, at the very least in Canada and the United States, there's a bunch of respiratory viruses circulating, resulting in a disproportionate number of children requiring treatment, hospitalization, and part of that treatment are things like Tylenol to manage pain, to manage fever and other symptoms. And yet, another variable making the situation worse is like drug shortages of things like Tylenol, where it's like, drugstore shortages in Canada are now extending beyond the children's pain and fever medication aisle into the over-the-counter and prescription drugs as supply problems worsen across the country. This is like not that long ago, pretty much almost exactly a month ago. Hundreds of medications are either running low or out of stock completely, with some store shelves depleted of children's allergy medication, adult cough and cold syrup, eye drops, and even some oral antibiotics, industry experts say. And some of this has been addressed, or we've received in shipments of Tylenol, some of these medications. But this appears to be kind of like an ongoing issue. And things like this is kind of like, at least to me, reminds me of the formula shortage of a few months ago, where it's as soon as people heard, or it made headlines that there was a formula shortage, well, then it seems like everybody goes and stocks up on formula, starts hoarding it for themselves. Where it's it seems like you can induce this state of mass panic, every person for themselves, resulting in pretty, exactly. That goes back to the early days of the pandemic, right? These trending social media things are bad. Continuous glucose. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, I don't know how to solve these problems, but it's just this is just really strange human behavior. It's understandable human behavior, but it's so strange how just some people can just kind of devolve to whatever. As soon as the alarms go off, it's oh, I can through everyone else basically. Yeah, exactly. As usual, you sum it up better than I could. Weight loss advice is everywhere you look on social media, but one trend sweeping TikTok has led to shortages of an important diabetes drug, Ozempic, weekly injection that helps boost insulin sensitivity in people with type 2 diabetes. Also suppresses appetite, which leads to weight loss. Stories of celebrities using the drug off-label to lose a few pounds have led to an explosion of interest. Now, people with diabetes, people whose lives could be saved by the drug, are having trouble finding it. And I don't know anything about this drug, although I am curious about it since I've never heard of it. Whoops. Why did I? Oh, actually, I did cover this. Okay. Oh yeah, this is just the brand name, molecule. Okay, then now I know what it does. But yeah. This is probably not some miracle cure weight loss drug. So I covered a study about this where it's yes, it does appear to have benefits, or it seems to aid in weight loss, but it's nothing. It's significant, but it's not some life-changing thing. At least not for whatever your typical average person who's not morbidly obese. So where was I? Yes. Oh, Kim Kardashian and Elon Musk. In the spring, Kim Kardashian pulled off a dramatic weight loss to fit into Marilyn Monroe's dress for the Met Gala. Soon, rumors began to circulate that she'd used Ozempic to do it, which it's if in fact that's true, although that's a rumor, it seems like. But what doctor is prescribing this, this medication strictly for weight loss? This seems this is just consumer-driven healthcare. Just this week, new Twitter owner Elon Musk tweeted about his own use of Ozempic and its sibling drug, Wegovy. This is fasting, no tasty food near me. Uh, like for those who are not morbidly obese, like I showed that study. Bring it up again. Second. Found one of them, although this is a little over a year old. Where it's like, yeah, this does have weight loss properties, but it seems to be typically reserved for those, with diagnosed obesity, and/or diabetes. Not necessarily people, who are just like trying to shed a few pounds. So, Variety dubbed Ozempic the worst kept secret in Hollywood, especially given that its most enthusiastic users are not pre-diabetic and do not require the drug. Right. Where it's like, again, if you're more or less like a healthy weight, you're not obese or morbidly obese, and you're just like looking to lose a few pounds, like, you don't need a drug like this. The rich and famous are spending $1,200 to $1,500 a month to get access. As so often happens, high-profile use sparked a trend. Videos on TikTok, hashtagged Ozempic, have amassed more than 275 million views. And Ozempic weight loss has more than 110 million. This raises concerns about who exactly is watching these videos, and what message they're receiving. 42% of Americans have obesity, and even more have overweight. That's affecting our younger people and our adolescents, says Caroline Apovian, medical doctor, co-director of the Center for Weight Management and Wellness at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. They're looking at TikTok and other social media outlets for help. A new study shows how damaging this can be. Researchers analyzed 1,000 videos with nutrition, food, and weight-related hashtags with over 1 billion views combined. They found that nearly all included messages glorifying weight loss and thinness. Like, we're kind of, I don't know, back to the 90s, early 2000s. I guess thin is in again. We just gotta be, health is equated to just be as thin as possible. Ozempic is Danish drug company Novo Nordisk brand name for semaglutide, which works by mimicking a naturally occurring hormone known as GLP-1. And like, yes, it does appear to aid in weight loss, but again, like it's not side effect free. Like there's still potential side effects of this medication. It travels to your brain and helps you feel full on less food. That leads to weight loss. In one 68-week study, semaglutide helped people lose an average of 15% of their body weight, but it's not a miracle drug. You still have to change your eating habits and stay physically active. Right. That's a pretty key point. Not a miracle drug. And like, yeah, in one 68-week study, lost 15% of their body weight. So let's just say, if I can kind of like speculate, assuming this study was on, people who are like obese, morbidly obese, so 68 weeks, that's over a year. You're 52 weeks, that's ever 13, 14 months. Or even more than that. That's like 15, 16 months. And then 200 pounds, 15% of 200 pounds, that's 30 pounds. 30 pounds over the course of like 15, 16 months. Yeah, that is significant weight loss. And that is significant weight loss, especially if you're overweight, or obese or morbidly obese. But that is not miracle. That's you're pretty much like averaging up, losing a pound of weight per month, basically, or like 1 or 2 pounds a month. Not like super fast weight loss. The FDA approved Ozempic to treat people with type 2 diabetes in 2017. 4 years later, Novo Nordisk received the green light for a higher dose version, and specifically for people with obesity. Wegovy is approved for use only if you have a BMI of at least 27, with 1 or more weight-related ailments, or a BMI of 30 or more, with none. Whereas, like, yeah, I believe 27, that's in the overweight category. 30 or more, above 30, or I think 30 to 35 is obese. And then I think 30, greater than 35 was like morbidly obese. Can't remember. Yeah, 30 or higher falls within the obesity. And yeah, 25 to 30, so yeah. Correct. 27, that's overweight. Over 30, I think over 35 or 40. It's like morbidly obese. These drugs are dominating my practice because they're so effective, says Amanda Velasquez, Director of Obesity Medicine at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. The drug is considered safe, so the majority of patients are good candidates. More demand than supply. As word spread about how well Ozempic and Wegovy worked, social media posts helped drive even more people to seek out the drugs. Now demand is outpacing the supply, according to the FDA. Starter doses of Ozempic will have limited availability through January. In Hollywood, people are losing 10 pounds, getting it for $1,500 a month, and depleting stores for people who have such severe obesity that they have congestive heart failure and diabetes, Bovian says. These are people who are going to die, and you're taking it away just for cosmetic weight loss. That is deplorable, right? The Kim Kardashians and the Elon Musk of the world are being prioritized because they have the money to get it. And this is robbing the people who would, it would have the most impact in terms of their quality of life, in terms of positive changes to their health. They don't have access to it. Consumed by people that don't really need it, or it's not medically necessary for them. In addition to huge demand, Wegovy also had a disruption in its supply chain. Right now, it isn't available at all in lower doses, which is helping to spike off-label demand for Ozempic. Novo Nordisk expects to have these problems sorted out by the end of the year, with distribution following soon after. And like assuming you can only get this by prescription, I'm sure there's probably like some black market supply of this drug, but like assuming people like Kim Kardashian or Elon Musk get it through a medical professional, like it should be on the medical professional to like deny them. Like I'm under no delusion that they're just like paying ridiculous amounts of money, and they probably have the ability to doctor shop to whoever it is that will prescribe it to them for a price. But if the doctors were actually acted as gatekeepers, not be an issue. Where if they're able to say to like someone assuming they actually took it, and it seems like Elon Musk much like admitted to taking it, like no doctor, or the doctor should be gatekeeping Elon Musk of the world from this drug. With a list price of $13.50 a month, Wegovy costs as much as many mortgages, and Medicaid, Medicare, and many insurance companies don't cover it. Although obesity is a disease, and the insurance industry treats weight loss as more of a vanity issue. So even if you could find the drug, you might not be able to afford it. We're seeing that roughly half the prescriptions we write aren't being covered, Bovian said. And for the half that are covered, we have to do prior authorization, which takes days and it's laborious. In some instances, she says, insurance companies withdraw authorization after 3 months if they don't see enough weight come. Wow. If you're not up to the standards of weight loss, well then they'll pull the plug. That's crazy and wild. It's not like you can take Wegovy for 3 months, lose some weight, and expect it to stay off either. The medication requires a real commitment, potentially for life. That's because once the semaglutide leaves your system, your appetite returns. In one study, people regained 2/3 of the weight they'd lost within a year of stopping. Many see a double standard in the insurance company's refusal to cover a drug that could prevent serious illness or death. They're saying it's not cost effective to give the 42% of Americans who have a BMI over 30 Wegovy. Did they say this when statins came out? Apovian says. Why are they doing this with anti-obesity agents? The culture. The culture isn't ready to adopt obesity as the disease that it is. Which just leads to further stigmatization of those who are overweight or obese. And, kind of like furthers the narrative, or just like kind of adds to the narrative, like the personal moral failing. Can't lose the weight. So let's assume you're one of the lucky ones. Your insurance covers Wegovy, and you can actually find some. You might discover that using it is no walk in the park. Common side effects include gastrointestinal issues like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. The way we counteract that is to start very slowly at a low dose of these medications. We only go up when the patient doesn't have nausea or it gets better. Elise Davenport was excited to try Wegovy. I did my online research. I'm the type who is interested in early adoption, tech gadgets and stuff, says the 40-year-old technical writer. I wanted to try it because I tried so many other things that failed or hadn't worked long term. With a BMI over 30, Davenport qualified for the drug. She signed up for an online program that guaranteed insurance coverage and started taking it in October 2021. At first, the side effects were mild, just a touch of nausea and diarrhea, and the results were impressive. She found it easy to feel satisfied with smaller portions and lost her cravings for sugar and highly processed foods. The weight fell off, roughly 5 pounds a week, which actually, that is a pretty substantial weight loss. Typically, generally speaking, like on average, healthy weight loss is in the range of like 1 to 2 pounds, or the more extreme, 1 to 3 pounds per week. 5 pounds per week, that's like generally considered an unhealthy rate of weight loss. And I understand, like, if you're obese and you're looking for the quickest solution, yeah, you're losing like 20 pounds a month. That's a lot. The issue with being fat is that you can't just stop eating. Yeah, like you could stop smoking. Well, yeah, exactly. Thinking willpower would work are mistaken. My present strategy is hacking my life, so I don't need to rely on willpower. Exactly. And that's where, assuming you can be, or there's some parallels to draw with, addiction and like, food addiction. It's like, it's tricky, right? Because like, with other addictions, such as, let's say, whatever the more extreme of alcohol, you, hopefully if you recover, you can abstain and, you can kind of like orient or reorganize your life that you're not exposed to it. Can't do that with food, right? You have to eat to survive. And you see this, not that I'm an expert, but like based off of my understanding, based off of the limited research that I've read, like you see this with like eating disorders and how challenging it is to overcome eating disorders. Because like, you have to have some sort of relationship with food. And you pretty much like have to like reorganize or reorient your relationship with food. You can't just avoid food altogether if you're trying to recover from an eating disorder. And so it gets really tricky, or I can only imagine how tricky and challenging it can get. And the same thing with willpower. Like I totally agree with you. Like this concept of willpower, where people just seem to think that willpower is just kind of like a fight down hard and like kind of like grit through it. But no, like willpower is like a resources, or it's like only so much willpower that generally speaking people have, and people can be depleted of willpower depending on many factors, including lifestyle. And so yeah, I think strategy, exactly. And based off of what I've seen in that is borne out in the research that I've seen, like people think like you can like cultivate unlimited willpower, but like no, that does not seem the case. You can maybe improve it, but at the end of the day, it appears to be a resource that can be depleted, or like axed, so to speak. Yeah, exactly. That's my understanding. Well, let's see. So it turns out that's too much. Oh, okay. Well, I got too ahead of myself. Read this, but yeah, this seems like well, this basically is an unhealthy amount of weight loss. It turns out, yeah, that's too much too fast. Apovian and Velasquez says their patients lose more like 2 pounds each week. Careful monitoring. I swear I didn't read ahead. By early December, Davenport's side effects were ramping up because of shortages in lower dosages. The online program wasn't able to adjust hers right away. She felt nauseated all the time, bad enough that brushing her teeth made her vomit, and she had to force herself to eat. Some weeks, she managed less than 500 calories a day. Her sleep patterns became erratic, and then her depression, which medication had kept her under control for years, spiraled. I remember sitting on the floor of my bathroom crying, thinking I'd rather carry the extra weight. I used to take a lot of enjoyment from food. I had none of that anymore. It was such a joyless experience at that point. Eventually, her dosage was reduced and the symptoms let up, but her primary care doctor encouraged her to stop. By the time she did, in March, she'd lost 55 pounds. So far, she's gained back about 10. So more than just weight loss. Even though Davenport's experience wasn't a good one, with better monitoring, she'd be willing to try again. For one thing, seeing how easy it was to eat less with medical help helped to undo years of shame. Great thing. If you're able to kind of overcome shame or decrease feelings of shame, that's an overall good thing. As far as, again, I understand from the reading. Our culture treats obesity like a moral failing. Totally agree with that. I realized I've been made to feel that way by doctors and programs, that I wasn't doing enough, she says. This drug made me realize that there are legit physiological things going on in my body, things that are often excluded from the conversation. Apovian and Velasquez say their patients regularly discover similar things. Obesity is not a disease of willpower. Medications are not the easy way out. This is a chronic, relapsing medical condition, and because of that, we should treat it how we treat diabetes, blood pressure, all these other conditions. We never hold back medication for individuals coming in with high blood pressure. Tell them to work on willpower and withhold drugs they'd qualify for. Yeah, so this sums it up nicely. Where, again, this concept of willpower is really damaging. And, like, I would even say, like, willpower doesn't really exist. This is just, like, kind of like a meaningless concept. Which I'm going to attempt to show some research. In terms of, like, how I would more reframe it as kind of like, temporal discounting is the more appropriate kind of like psychological term. Let's see. I think there's also a fallacy that losing weight necessarily entails being very comfortable. Discomfort is a huge turnoff to me, but it's not true if you're smart about it. Absolutely, depression is a monster, like the Cthulhu to all big changes in life. Have to tiptoe around it and respect that it can corrupt. Know that you'll fail and resolve to get up and do it again. 100%. I definitely can't speak from first-hand experience with depression. Thankfully, been very fortunate in that regard. I've had definitely bouts of sadness, but clinical depression, I've never had. And I've been fortunate in that regard. But I definitely know many people that are affected by it, and where it's been a challenge to treat. And that, it can also be, like, unpredictable, or, like, it can kind of, as sort of frame it, rear its ugly head at the most unexpected of times. And yeah, it just seems like it can be super challenging. Obesity is an illness, first and foremost. Unfortunately, it's basically impossible to avoid dealing with life's drawbacks from being overweight, no matter, yeah, exactly. And so, going back to this one, in terms of, like, this concept of being uncomfortable, I tend to agree with you in terms of, especially when it comes to, let's just say, on the topic of weight loss. Let's say, if when trying to make lifestyle changes, I agree with you that you don't necessarily have to go to the verge of, like, extreme discomfort. I think a little bit of discomfort that's manageable is okay and healthy. But basically, I do think it's a trap. People think that, if they want to, like, lose a significant amount of weight or, like, start an exercise program, that, like, they have to like, torture themselves, or, like, kind of like beat up their body. But you don't actually, as I alluded to earlier in the stream, when it came to exercise, to receive the health benefits of exercise, you don't need to torture yourself. That you can actually get away with, a pretty minimal amount of investment in terms of physical activity, if you want to receive some of the health benefits. And so, I think a little bit of mild discomfort is healthy, but generally speaking, any form of extreme discomfort, almost certainly not necessary. Let's see. Imagine if every action you took was like the time you have to convince yourself to climb a particular hill. Then imagine that is there all day. Yeah, right. That's the thing. I can only imagine these. I've been super fortunate. But yeah, based off of, again, my limited understanding, where it's for some people that are afflicted by depression, it's even just the task of getting out of bed, or just going to take a shower is a monumental task, because your motivation, or your desire to do anything, completely gone. I can somewhat sort of empathize with that, coming from the space of chronic illness, where it's it's not necessarily the result of depression, but I totally have had days in the past of extreme fatigue, or just feeling whatever garbage, that my major accomplishment for the day is actually getting out of bed, or just taking a shower, where that is my monumental task for me on some of those days when I've been at my most sick. That is the closest parallel I can draw from my own personal experience. But again, I have no firsthand experience with depression. A journey will have pain and failure. It is not only the steps forward that we must accept, it is the stumbles, the trials, and loss that we will fail, that we will hurt those around us. But if we accept the person we are when we fall, the journey ends. That failure becomes our destination. To love the journey is to accept no such end. I have found through painful experience, important step a person can take is always the next one. And which I agree with you. Or rather, I agree with this quote wholeheartedly, where I think, especially when it comes to, trying to achieve a goal of weight loss or a healthy lifestyle, there's a lot of focus on goals. And I've even, so fun. There's some humor in it, in terms of I've had this conversation, literally conversations with some clients or people that I've coached in the past, where it's some individuals are just so focused on goals, they're putting on their calendar, by this date I need to have achieved this amount of weight loss, or whatever their goal is. And I tell them, listen, you should probably not have such a rigid goal put down. Nice to have goals, but you need to be flexible. Life happens, and progress is never linear. And so if you're setting a goal in stone, and it's just this rigid goal that there's no room for flexibility, you're almost setting yourself up for failure to a certain extent. Because then, if any sort of deviation from the plan, or any sort of questioning of whether you're going to achieve that goal, it just kind of it gets framed as kind of failure, where it's I've had people kind of map out their progress towards the goal, where it's okay, if by the end of this year I need to lose 10 pounds, that means I need to lose 2 pounds per week for whatever rest of the months that are remaining in the year. And then as the weeks go by, they see that, I'm not losing the required 2 pounds per week to achieve my goal, 10 pounds of weight loss by the end of the year. And then it's oh no, I'm failing at my goal. And then it just kind of spirals out of control, where it's too much emphasis on a goal, pretty much, in my experience, and I'm pretty confident that it's basically self-sabotage. It's nice to have goals. They should not be such rigid goals that no flexibility or adaptability whatsoever. And on the topic of, let's say, willpower, or maybe doing away with the concept of willpower, Let's gonna try and bring up some research in terms of like what are some things that people can practice that maybe allows for or promotes healthier lifestyles choices. 1 second. All right. Okay. I am well past 18 years of age now, but I see differently. When will I receive adult supervision? What is the biology? Not sure. Not sure I understand your question. As in, like, are you asking for like a caretaker or guardian? Or are you oh, adult super. Okay, got it. As in, like, whatever, heightened vision, or whatever, Superman vision, I guess. I don't know that there is any biology behind this, but unless like you're basically, are you kind of like admitting yourself as like an incompetent individual, and thus like you require like whatever, guardianship or institutionalization? That only you can answer that question, I guess. So yeah, going back to like willpower, like as far as I can tell, willpower, at least as far as I can tell, is not really a psychological concept. And when they talk about, kind of like willpower in the research, they more talk about, whatever, self-control, temporal discounting, kind of like the ability to like regulate, or, maybe forego short-term goals or, short-term immediate things for long-term goals. The risk dog in space dive stress. Was that because of all the back? I probably definitely the relationship between dogs and vacuums is definitely a stressful one. I have some experience with that. So, and many people, think that they can cultivate willpower by just kind of like psychologically beating themselves up. Or it's like, oh, if I'm just like super critical of myself, then I can just kind of like beat myself into submission for like more willpower. When really, it seems like the exact opposite is the more optimal approach. Oh, and Desperado Sensei, welcome. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for passing by. And also, shout out to Desperado. Hey. Hello. Hopefully I did that well. Yeah, kind of like counterintuitively, but I think this is borne out pretty well in the research, where like if you are compassionate towards yourself, basically the opposite of beating yourself up, as in kind of like accepting who you are, understanding that you're a human being and that you're going to make mistakes, that seems like that promotes greater self-control, greater temporal discounting. is the way I would frame it. We're like, yeah, the grateful are patient, heightened daily gratitude associated with attenuated temporal distance. So, self-compassion. Treating oneself with kindness, care, and concern in the face of negative life events may promote the successful self-regulation of health-related behaviors. Where it's like, yeah, it really kind of, seems like the inner critic plays a part in this. Where it seems like this is kind of pretty illuminating to me. Kind of like when people talk about their inner critic, or what are some of the thoughts that they have. Or like, seems like some of the people close to me or in my circle, like they have a pretty harsh inner critic. Like going back like 15, 20 years ago, I didn't know that was like a thing. It was almost like a foreign concept to me. Like, oh, you're just kind of like hypercritical of yourself to the point of like, kind of like tearing yourself down. Again, that's something that I cannot fully empathize with. I definitely sympathize with those who have a harsh inner critic, for sure. But it's just like, that's where it's like, really difficult for me to understand that frame of mind, to have like such a harsh inner critic. Basically you're tearing yourself down. And in the vein of health promoting behaviors, or like trying to lead a healthier lifestyle, having a harsh inner critic like seems like pretty detrimental to that goal, or like that's a little bit of self-sabotage. But I understand like people generally don't have the intention to self-sabotage. When people are self-sabotaging, they don't know that they're self-sabotaging. It's really tricky. But yeah, it seems like, self-compassion, as they say, treating oneself with kindness, care, and concern in the face of negative life events may promote the successful self-regulation of health-related behaviors. Self-compassion can promote self-regulation by lowering defensiveness, reducing the emotional states and self-blame that interfere with self-regulation, and increasing compliance with medical recommendations. Furthermore, because they cope better with stressful events, people high in self-compassion may be less depleted by illness and injury, and thus have greater self-regulatory resources to devote to self-care. Framing medical problems and their treatment in ways that foster self-compassion may enhance people's ability to manage their health-related behavior and deal with medical problems. And this is, one of the reasons why, it's great if people are able to kind of move away, or not have shame associated with their behaviors, because like generally speaking, shame is associated with pretty harsh inner critic, kind of like view yourself kind of like a bad person, or maybe like defective person. Lately past year or so, I just think, and I'm like, what? Genuinely, I am not suicidal or anything close to that. So bizarre. I just tell myself it's BS. So yeah, those, there's obviously some sort of tipping point there where those become like intrusive thoughts. Where it seems like you recognize that you're not suicidal, but yet you were having these thoughts. Right, yeah, intrusive. When you see oncoming traffic and just wonder, well, that's it. I cannot fully empathize. That's where it's like, it's so interesting hearing and learning of other people's experience. Because like, again, these are not things that I can fully empathize with. One of the reasons is why I don't drive, therefore I have no experience with traffic. But I also, in any other context, I've yeah, and any sort of like self-harm behavior is just like never really occurred to me. Maybe I just don't have, maybe there's something defective in my brain, because it seems like it's more the norm than the exception. Yeah, no, I know intrusive thoughts aren't so on. But like, yeah, and this is borne out multiple times in the research, where this concept of self-compassion seems to be pretty key in just in the vein of like self-improvement, where this does not just extend to health-related behaviors. It just extends to self-improvement overall, where if you are just passionate towards yourself, and there's just greater motivation for self-improvement. Where can treating oneself with compassion after making a mistake increase self-improvement motivation? I'm like, yeah, here is where I think it's kind of like counterintuitive, or most people's instincts, as far as I can tell. Like, if you make a mistake, well, then that's when the harsh inner critic comes out and it's like, oh, you start basically again tearing yourself down, as opposed to what probably easier said than done. The healthier approach that actually promotes self-improvement is to being kind towards yourself, recognizing that you're human, that every human makes mistakes, and that mistakes is part of the journey towards whatever goal that you have. In 4 experiments, the authors examined the hypothesis that self-compassion motivates people to improve personal weaknesses, moral transgressions, and test performance. Participants in a self-compassion condition compared to a self-esteem control condition, and either no intervention or positive distraction control condition, expressed greater incremental beliefs about a personal weakness, reported greater motivation to make amends and avoid repeating a recent moral transgression, spent more time studying for a difficult test following an initial failure, exhibited a preference for upward social comparison after reflecting on a personal weakness, and reported greater motivation to change the weakness. These findings suggest that, somewhat paradoxically, taking an accepting approach to personal failure may make people more motivated to improve themselves. Yeah, exactly. I think, how would I treat someone else? And it's pretty straight. Yeah, so I think that's the common advice, right? Where it's like, treat yourself as you would treat a friend, where it's like, if you wouldn't say this to your friend, why are you saying it to yourself, right? If you would not be this harsh towards your friend, you should not be harsh towards your friends, or I'm hoping people aren't harsh to their friends. Well, then why are you not treating yourself? Why are you not a friend to yourself? And therefore, why are you not being kind to yourself? I'm like, yeah, I think that's also sums it up nicely. No mistakes, only happy accidents. And I think that's also a pretty great way to reframe it. Where it's like, either, happy accidents or just mistakes are part of the process, right? I think that's one and the same. Where it's like, yeah, basically just recognizing that mistakes are going to happen. That's just part of the process. I'm sorry, but your family died on the operating table. Dude was, well, yeah, well, so I agree with you, Chuto, 100%. But it's amazing to me, how many people I know that, like, they maintain friendships with, people that are, I wouldn't be friends with them, basically. Or like, if some of the people in my circle, if they try to befriend me, or rather, yeah, I'm not explaining this properly, but basically, some of my close friends, they have friends where it's like, I don't know why you're maintaining this friendship. I wouldn't call these people my friends, but yeah, they still continue and cultivate these relationships. I know plenty of exceptionally cruel and horrible people, and I know why people are friends, because somebody else. Pain over breeding is greater than sticking in. Yeah. I know easier said than done. Like, I have totally given the advice to some people in my life of like, hey, you should probably end this friendship or sever this friendship, because there's no way to treat a friend, or to be treated by a friend, Rob. But like, I know that the reasons why people maintain toxic relationships or friendships are complicated. Yeah, totally, I take your point, 100%, I agree with you. Easier said than done. And that there's always reasons as to why relationships. So, sort of getting to the main conclusions of this study, which I think is a pretty good study. So, across 4 experiments, we found support for the hypothesis that responding to a moral transgression, personal weakness, or test failure with self-compassion subsequently makes people more motivated to improve themselves and their performance. These experiments are among the first to show that self-compassion to increase self-improvement motivation does so across a range of domains and populations. Right. So here's where I think it gets pretty interesting. So this is 2011, and they're studying self-compassion in the context of, healthy lifestyles or health-promoting behaviors, I guess would be the proper terminology. And here they're expanding it. How does self-compassion just affect self-improvement as a whole? And it seems like it has a positive effect. One of my favorite Confucius quotes, Confucius has a lot of great quotes, 100%. That is definitely a good one. So yeah, this is 2011. This is 2014. It's like, yeah, it seems like the benefits of self-compassion are just only expanding. Self-compassion is unique in that it provides a safe and non-judgmental context to confront negative aspects of the self and strive to better them. Unlike other approaches to failure that tend to undermine personal growth by encouraging inflated or deflated self-assessments, rather than realistic self-appraisals, our results suggest that self-compassion is a more effective method of motivating change. The results of experiments 1 and 4 indicated that participants who took a self-compassionate approach to a personal weakness, compared with those in a self-esteem, no intervention, or positive distraction control condition, viewed their weakness as more malleable, reported greater self-improvement motivation, and were particularly likely to choose interaction partners who had successfully worked through a similar weakness. That is, upward social comparison. Experiment 2 showed that participants who reflected on a recent moral transgression with self-compassion, compared with those in a self-esteem or positive distraction control condition, consequently reported more self-improvement motivation, such as desire to make amends and commitment to not repeat a similar transgression. This finding parallels research showing that interpersonal forgiveness generally reduces the likelihood of repeat offenses, and suggests that self-compassion may similarly help people see that their moral failings do not have to define them. Right, and that's where shame comes in as well, where it's like, I operate under the principle that most people, the vast majority of people, want to be moral, and do good things. And at some point or another, everyone, myself included, will commit some sort of, as they say, moral transgression. And it seems like, as they sort of outline here, one of the keys to, I guess, being morally better or improving morally, is like to recognize a moral transgression, and to maybe feel guilty, but not shame, if you've committed a moral transgression, because shame generally comes from the space of like, you are a bad person, as opposed to like guilt. It's like you recognize that you have done a bad action, but it does not define you, as opposed to like shame. That's more of like a defining sort of aspect, where it's like, oh, since you've morally transgressed, you are a bad person, as opposed to you have maybe done a bad thing, but that you can be a better person in the future. Scientomological question. I bought a smart TV, but I'm still able to watch. Well, what I would say is, even though I don't follow this advice, probably just better. The real smart TV or smart thing is to just throw the TV away. But I technically have a TV that I use. People want to see themselves as moral. I think this is different to actually. Yeah. I think there's some nuance there. I do generally operate under the principle that at the very least, the vast majority of people on the whole, they want to be moral according to their moral framework. Like they want to be, a good moral agent based off of what their definition of a good moral agent is. And obviously there's going to be agreements there, and that's where like conflict arises, etc. But I do generally operate under the principle, and I sort of assume that it's not just simply reputation, where it's like, oh, you're not doing it for the optics. Like you genuinely want to act according to your moral code. So, you are either moral or immoral. Okay, yeah. Then I understand what you mean. Even then, I don't know that I would. Yeah, it's hard to say. Where it's like, yeah, sort of like the inner narrative of like, yeah, well, I'm a good moral person, type of thing, as a result of your self-image, or like an ego thing, so to speak. Yeah, I don't know. I do tend to think that they genuinely want to kind of be a good moral agent, again, according to their framework. But that's just my sort of operating principle that I could be totally wrong about, because I don't know the inner workings, or I don't have access to the internal world of other people. Let's see. Yes, however, future research would be needed to examine whether this increased motivation to improve translates into changes in behavior over time. Furthermore, it would be important to examine the effects of self-compassion in the context of transgressions that are more severe, and those typical of undergraduates, such as extreme acts of cruelty and violence. Right. Because as with a lot of psychological research, this looks like this was done, whatever, with a university population, and it's just like recruiting undergraduates from a university campus. Double check that. Online survey, yes. Yeah, a total of 103 undergraduates participated for course credit. Yeah. Standard psychological study. Limited in scope. You can only extrapolate so much. Where was I? Experiment 3 showed that a subtle reminder to be self-compassionate about a lab-based test failure compared with a self-esteem reminder or no reminder led participants to spend more time studying for a subsequent test. Where it's like, here is where, again, it seems like willpower doesn't exist. Just like the underlying motivation is like, self-improvement. And you're seeing like, it wasn't like willpower that got the people to spend more time studying for a test that they're going to take later on. It was like, as they said, it was a reminder to be self-compassionate, and that seems to result in greater motivation to study or to be better or to self-improve. A commonly used measure of effort and persistence. Study time was positively correlated with test performance, indicating that self-compassion may indirectly increase performance through its effects on time, though a direct effect was only trending in the predicted direction. Thus, as noted, our results suggest that taking a self-compassionate approach to failure may increase performance over time to the extent that it increases effort. In all 4 studies, self-compassion was significantly more helpful than engaging in positive distraction or doing nothing. In experiments 1 and 2, and for the self-report self-improvement scale in experiment 4, self-compassion was significantly more helpful than self-esteem. Like, it seems like, self-compassion, like, the greatest tool in terms of motivation for positive change. Where it seems like they tested out a number of things. They tested out like distraction, tested out some sort of like self-esteem intervention, and self-compassion won out. For the study time and social comparison measures, this difference was marginal or approaching significance. Overall, the pattern of results suggests that the effects of self-compassion and self-esteem, though both strong predictors of many aspects of well-being, may differ when it comes to self-improvement motivation. Prior research indicates that in some cases, positive illusions can improve health and well-being. Context of learning and growth, its self-protective function may be less useful, as accurate self-appraisal is often necessary to motivate change. Like self-esteem, self-compassion may serve as a buffer against debilitating self-criticism. But unlike self-esteem, it does not require inflated self-evaluations that may hinder self-improvement. Right. This is very nuanced. And sort of touching upon what you brought up. But let me just catch Catholicism seems perspective to be absolutely be there wholeheartedly. The only people that usually fair. You're definitely challenging my ability to read. I need to be self-compassionate in terms of not being overly critical in my lack of ability to read some of your terminology. I actually swallowed an ice cube whole yesterday. I still don't pass it. Should I be concerned? In my non-expert opinion, I do not believe you need to be concerned. Like I said, I'm not an expert. But I'm confident in my knowledge of, the body's processing of frozen water. Unless you're going to tell me that the ice cube was not made of water. But I assume it's inherent that ice is typically water. So theoretical account... Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm not done with this. So, So it seems like there are benefits to, self-esteem and motivation for change. But it seems like self-compassion overtakes self-esteem is because if you have kind of like an inflated self-esteem or basically an inflated ego, there's less motivation for change because you already think, you're like, whatever, you're like the bee's knees. And so whatever, I don't need to improve. I'm already super great. As opposed to self-compassion, it's a buffer against self-criticism, but as they sort of outline here towards the end. But unlike self-esteem, it does not require inflated self-evaluations that may hinder self-improvement motivation, where it's self-esteem, healthy self-esteem is good, but there's a healthy balance there, where it's your self-esteem can be so high that you don't see room for improvement, or you're not looking at yourself in a realistic fashion, and therefore it becomes more difficult to change because you're not objectively evaluating the situation, as opposed to with self-compassion seems to allow for objective evaluation of the situation, and basically, as they say, buffers against that debilitating self-criticism. Theoretical accounts of self-compassion have emphasized the important differences between self-compassion and self-esteem, particularly when it comes to personal growth, and some studies have controlled for trait self-esteem. Right, so trait self-esteem, that's basically sort of inherent self-esteem, kind of it's just a part of you. Generally speaking, when it comes to the psychological research, they talk about traits and states, where trait, that's generally speaking part of who you are, as opposed to state, that's temporary, where it's it's a temporary state, which is why they call it a state, as opposed to a trait, kind of part of who you are, part of your character. So comparing and contrasting trait self-esteem, that's how that is part of who you are, as opposed to state self-esteem, you maybe have some temporary boost in self-esteem. I feel like people reach this level I don't need to improve once they reach an age where they self-claim one person. It is disgustingly well. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I've definitely encountered some of these people, and very unhealthy, I agree. And I'll let it be known on stream if ever catch me behaving in that manner, definitely call me out. You can clip it now and ship it later. But I'm hoping I might eat my words somewhere down the line. But I'm hoping I never reach that state that outlined here. I think that is very unhealthy. We all have ways to improve. You're a good detective. Not many people have clued in on that. I jokingly refer to it as that's just my IQ. With the exception of one study, however, The present experiments are the first to systematically include a self-esteem control condition, allowing us to determine whether self-compassion and self-esteem do indeed have distinct effects in context. The self-esteem manipulations used in experiments 2 and 4 are similar to self-affirmation manipulations that involve affirming personal attributes, which allow our results to generalize to this widely studied and often beneficial form of self-validation. It is unclear, however, how self-compassion might compare with affirming a personal value, another form of self-affirmation. And yeah, sort of expanding on what you just said, or what I just said earlier, where it's like, my approach to life, uh, it mirrors just like my approach to whatever, physical health and physical fitness, or just like the gym in general. There's always room for improvement. Like, I continually go to the gym, just because, like, in order to maintain or improve my health, or just maintain it, I need to continually go. Continuous process. Also, at the same time, as I go to the gym, like, it's a never-ending journey because I'm always identifying weaknesses or room for improvement. I think the same thing holds true when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to learning. I continually go to the gym because I enjoy it, but also I continually recognize like there's always just something to work on, something I can improve upon. And hopefully I can continue that process, or I don't foresee any end to that process, provided I'm in a physical state to continue going to the gym and being physically active. And I try to like adapt that approach to pretty much like every aspect of my life. There's always room for improvement, both physically, mentally, psychologically. And if you ever get to the space where it's like, oh, like I've reached the peak, and like I just have accomplished everything, as very correctly said, I think that's a very unhealthy place to be. So these experiments examine the influence of self-compassion in the context of a salient personal weakness, transgression, or failure, but they did not address the question of whether self-compassion motivates people to actively seek out negative information about themselves when it is not salient to begin with. Although self-compassion is primarily relevant in response to salient negative self-aspects, making it difficult to experimentally examine this hypothesis, future research could assess downstream consequences for information-seeking behavior in a separate domain, or can employ correlational methods. These findings extend the self-compassion literature by clarifying the unique role of self-compassion in promoting self-improvement, suggesting that it may be beneficial across a diverse range of domains. In addition, they address a central question regarding self-improvement, namely, how to confront shortcomings without becoming paralyzed by harsh self-criticism on one hand, or by defensive self-enhancement on the other. Self-compassion may be one solution, right? And I think many people, and this was illuminating to me, or kind of like a foreign concept to me, of like people being paralyzed by their harsh self-criticism. Where it's like, yeah, going back like decades, it was kind of illuminating to me, having some conversations with some close friends, my close inner circle. It's like, oh, you're really hard on yourself, and you're just like tearing yourself down. And yeah, it's super interesting in terms of like what results in that super harsh inner critic, and how easier said than done in terms of just like the recommendation of that, just don't have a harsh inner critic, or just be self-compassionate. Like, yes, like the prescription to be compassionate towards yourself is a good prescription, but in practice, it's probably a challenging thing to implement in your daily life. So furthermore, these findings have implications for enhancing coping skills in educational settings. Self-compassion may help students to, and maybe this be relevant to you, Desperados, although I'm sure you probably already know this, or just know this from first-hand experience, where, I think, at least I can only say for myself, I'm hoping it's changed since I've been in elementary or high school, where I think, at one point or another, we've all encountered the teacher, where it's like, the teacher is a harsh critic, where if you make a mistake or you mess up, then they let you hear it. When like, the research like this and other research like shows that in order to educate someone, know, not it basically it's less stick, pretty much like no stick, and more carrot, being more encouraging, being more supportive, being more compassionate. That is the way to foster, a healthy environment for people to learn or become educated. So yeah, self-compassion may help students respond to failure in a way that facilitates growth and improvement without leading to debilitating negative affect. Further research is needed to determine whether self-compassion leads to sustained changes in behavior over time. However, for example, would repeatedly responding with self-compassion to and poor performance lead students to develop better study habits and perform better over the course of a semester? Right, and so there might be some time-dependent variables that are not taken into account, right? This positive effect that they're seeing with self-compassion, it may just be a temporary thing. And longer-term studies are needed. So, like, is this a good long-term strategy in order to promote self-improvement? That remains to be seen. Although this is a little bit of an older article, not super old, 2014, so 8 years old. So maybe there's more research showing maybe the positive long-term benefits of self-compassion. But I'm pretty confident that it's a good long-term strategy. In sum, the present findings suggest that self-compassion may indeed represent a useful alternative to other common responses to failure and weaknesses. Resolving to make changes can be scary, as roadblocks and setbacks are inevitable along the way. Self-compassionate perspective, however, there is less to fear. A good summary of the article. I felt that I didn't really understand self-compassion and self-care until I got criticized in my acting. Actors are ruthless, but unless you realize it was constructive, you press. They really change how we interact with people. And that is also sort of, I have no first-hand experience with Hollywood or movie making or directors. I've taken one drama class in my life in high school. But that does seem to be kind of like the culture in Hollywood, at least based off of how Hollywood depicts itself in movies. Where it's like, it seems like the approach is, again, like more stick, or pretty much like all stick and no carrot. When that's probably almost certainly the suboptimal strategy. Carrots for everyone, and everyone learns fast. Absolutely. And that's... I have multiple reasons, but this is just another reason why I'm against, whatever, corporal punishment at home, in schools, or just corporal punishment in any setting whatsoever. And it's really bizarre to me that, as far as I understand, there are still some areas in the US where corporal punishment in the classroom is still legal. That is just, like, wild, and just, like, so barbaric to me. To me, in my mind, that kind of, like, disqualifies the United States as, like, a developed country, personally. I don't know how you can get away with it. But yeah, that's... I've covered corporal punishment and banking children, I guess, ad nauseum at this. My position is pretty... Never do it. Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. When, just like research like this shows, just like, it's the complete opposite strategy of what should be done. Crazy. So with that, I'm gonna look to end the stream here. Let's see if I can fade out into someone. I think we're gonna raid out into Beer Bash Johnson. Yep. Yeah, well, yeah. I think we're on the same page about school boards. I'm not a fan either. I'm definitely interested in your perspective as well on school boards. I'm sure you have way more insight and experience into school boards than I do. And so, like, even just based off of my limited knowledge, boards don't seem all that great. But yeah, I want to thank everyone that passed by. Desperado Sensei, always a pleasure. Chutoy, Bob Marley. I'm gonna be missing a lot of people. Cernu, thank you again for passing by. Thank you, Rhinos or Unicorns. Paul. I'm missing a bunch of people. But yeah, it's gonna be it for this stream. We're gonna raid into Beer Bass Johnson. So, I streamed yesterday, today, all great streams. I plan to stream next, probably, on potentially Wednesday. Or no, actually, it should be almost certainly Wednesday, because that is when my next workout stream, is scheduled. I already have this base private gym studio booked, and I'm pretty sure I've resolved my camera issues. I should have the better camera up and running and working by Wednesday. I will not be streaming tomorrow, because I will actually, I'm gonna be fasting all day tomorrow because I have a medical test on Tuesday that I have to prepare for. Which more or less routine, but I have to fast all day tomorrow. I don't, probably not gonna be in the best mindset stream. If I've had, the only thing that I'm pretty much allowed tomorrow to consume is like water and clear liquid. I'm gonna be pretty low energy. But yeah, I should be back to normal on Wednesday with a workout stream. It's like having a layman tell you how to run your lab and you do your job. Yeah, that's totally that makes sense to me. So yeah, we're gonna raid into Beer Bash Johnson. Thank you everyone for passing by. Always grateful. And if you're not following Beer Bash Johnson, good. Pretty base streamer. And yeah, thank you everyone again. Super appreciative. And until next time, take care and be well.
I'm really curious to see what's making all that. Oh, Corey Campbell, thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Yeah, happy Sunday to you too. We're just, we were playing some. I'm in a good mood because the Buffalo Bills won, hence why I'm wearing my Bruce Smith jersey. And, we were playing some Splatoon 3 earlier. And now we're playing some, now we're playing some Xenoblade 3. And yes, type everybody who's come in with the past few raids, type !point raid. Type !point aid if you are, if you would like to help out a couple members of this community with their living expenses. Dumas's jaw. You were doing, so you've covered biodiversity loss and the COP15 summit. Ooh. Type !point aid. Just like it says at the beginning of my stream title.